Good morning, everybody, and welcome to episode 2 of Stockdads TV. Excited to be back with you again this morning. We got our man Aaron here, who's going to give us his morning breakdown of the markets after we saw another move up. The move up ended up holding yesterday throughout the day, and Aaron's going to get us started off here with his economic calendar. Before we dive into that real quickly, just want to remind you guys, code Stockdads on all of your prop firms, My Funded Futures, Tradeify, Lucid, running deals all right now. So make sure you guys check those out. Make sure you guys subscribe to Stockdads YouTube channel, follow Stockdads TV and Stockdads on Instagram. And with that, I send it over to you, Aaron. What are we looking at this morning?
What's up? Good morning, everybody. The one thing I'll need is the YouTube chat again.
Okay.
You
Yeah.
send that to me in our super secret private
Yes,
chat.
sir. I'll send you that here. Just give me 1 minute.
All right. Good morning, everybody. We'll give everybody a minute or two to get in. Hope everybody had a good evening. Ready for a good week. Staying warm if you're in the Midwest. Yeah, big moves overnight. Big moves overnight. I'm just waiting to get that chat. Let's start off here. We'll start off on news, guys. So going into today, remember today is Veterans Day. Happy Veterans Day to everybody.
I meant to start with that. Happy Veterans Day, everybody.
It's so it's a U.S. bank holiday, right? So it will, it could be a little bit slower. We'll see. We'll see, especially after the run we had yesterday. But remember, all the U.S. banks are closed. So, hang on, let me get my chat up here.
Yeah, I got you a link there.
Yeah, there we go. Good morning, Trippy, Andre, Chris, Miss Sabrina. Good morning. All right, Miss Kamika, if you're on, always a pleasure. All right. Okay. Trippy, you're Sim, right? I think you're Sim. I saw the into the fill. I'm still trying to get everybody's name.
Yeah.
Oh, Audrey Rima, good morning. Yeah. Okay, Trip, Sim, yeah, gotcha. All right, cool. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, cool. Well, good morning, everybody. Peter, good morning. All right. So it could be a little bit slower today. I'm in that fill trade with you, Sim, by the way. There's Miss Kamika. Always a pleasure. So it could be a little bit slower. But everything is open like normal. It's just a bank holiday. But moving into the week, now that the government is supposedly not shut down, we've got CPI, it's market tentative now on Thursday. So that will, if we do have those reports, those are going to be big ones, guys. CPI and PPI on Friday. So, but going in, what's right in front of us right now? Right, nothing on the tape for today. Okay? All right, so let's get to it. Morning, Jay Wavy. What's up? Wondering if the snow's heading your way down in Virginia. All right. Okay, so let me flip my screen. Here we go. Give me a second, guys. Still getting my arms around all this. There we go. Okay. I can even move you guys over here so you're not looking at my ear. There we go. All right. So starting off on the VIX. Okay, remember, if you're new, this is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index. This leads our U.S. indices. If you learn how to use this correctly, you're going to, majority of the time, end up on the right side of correction.
Aaron, so right. You said yesterday, you made a comment that in 2018, the VIX started leading the market and the indices sort of followed behind it. What could you explain to me, just as someone who hasn't heard that before, can you explain to me the thinking behind that?
Yeah, February 5th of 2018, the dynamics of our markets changed. Okay, it used to be like when I started trading that the ES was the leading indicator for our broad market, for the other markets, right? And on February 5th, 2018, for whatever reason, volatility became the leading indicator. So if you go back and look at February of 2000, on an 08, I'm like 10 years, there we go. February 5th, 2018, where's our spike? There it is, right there. So right here, if you look, volatility became the leading indicator of our markets, and the VIX futures are that leading indicator. If you look, the lows and the ranges we were in prior to February 5th, 2018, everything changed, right? You can see this is what volatility was doing. And all of a sudden, since then, the whole dynamics of our markets changed. So this was the largest Dow drop in history at that time. And everything in our market changed. So ever since then, the VIX futures have become the leading indicator. And it's the most technical market that we have. And it absolutely 100%, 99.9% of the time, I should say, leads our US indices. Okay?
Okay.
So for whatever reason, on that date, and ever since that date going forward, this now runs inverse, but this leads our US indices.
Okay.
So this is where we are right now, guys. Starting off from our reopen, all right. We've got. Let me just zoom out. So last week, right, we had a run up from our lows. Okay, and these were the indices, shorts. We had 6 or 7, depending on how you want to draw this. So these broke, and what we ran into was our halfway back, our 38.2% line from our October 17th to October 21st, right? And now on the continuous contract, remember we're in rollover week, that. So we've got to pay attention to that. The VIX has month-long contracts. So every month we go into rollover. And this is a rollover week because the VIX contract expires next Tuesday at the end of the day. Now, trading view, I'm almost afraid to ask, have you guys hang on. Excuse me, you still getting a lot of echo from you guys?
Aaron, do you want to try the headphones again?
Yeah.
Let's see. That's typically what makes sense if someone's getting echo, because when you're talking and you're listening to the audio through your desktop monitor, your mic picks up the audio from your desktop monitor, so that sometimes causes the echo.
Okay.
You sound clear to me. Well, maybe not. You didn't even plug them in.
Okay, let me do this, guys.
You sound better to me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I mean, I can still hear you. I think, let me, I've got to switch one thing. Hang on a second.
You sound way better to me.
All right. How is this, guys?
I hope that fixes it for everybody else, because it definitely sounds clear. It's not better yet. Man, you definitely sound super clear to me.
Okay. Morning, Nico.
Like that fixed the echo in my headphones.
Let me do one thing here. I've got an idea. Hang on. Okay, so I'm talking there. Can you say something, Tyler?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay, is this better, guys? Did that lose the echo?
It's so weird.
Oh, it's worse now. Okay, sorry. Let me put that back.
I don't understand that because it definitely sounds way better for me. Made it much worse. I just don't understand it. It just does
not. Okay. How's my audio, guys? Like when I'm talking right now, how is it?
It's yeah.
Tyler's clear, Aaron is bad. Okay. Bad. All right. Okay.
Aaron, do you have the YouTube video muted?
Hang on.
Yeah, Nico, the speaker's feeding into the microphone. That's, the headphone should solve that, though. Possibly if he doesn't have YouTube muted, that could be the one other thing.
Yeah, the YouTube video is muted.
Muted. Ugh.
But it's showing. Hang on. Let's do this.
I'm trying something here on your audio settings.
Okay.
All right, I don't know. Let's see if that did anything. I changed some settings.
All right, let me see here, guys. There we go, there we go, there we go. How's that, guys?
Yeah, I just turned both of those on. Whether that's DJ or Callan that asked. But I just have, I just turned on the noise gate and the voice isolation.
Let's see.
I don't think that's possible. We have like a back end. So there's like a back end room that we're using through OBS to stream. And the audio is being broadcasted out from that back room. And what's weird to me is I'm hearing him in my headphones and he sounds clear as day, like super crispy with his headphones on. So however it's getting sent to YouTube that's causing the problem. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Because I mean, right now you have the same setup I have, which is you're using a desk mic and you're using. Do you still have your desk mic in? Maybe is it getting your headphone mic set and your desk mic?
No, I've just got the headphones in.
Okay.
So Tyler sounds perfect, but I sound echoey.
So weird.
And not like just bouncing off the walls, but like echoey. Let me do one thing, Tyler. I won't be able to hear you, but let me try this. Hang on.
If anybody knows an audio engineer, give me their number.
Okay, I turned Tyler off, guys. How do I sound right now? Does this sound any better? So I can't hear Tyler right now. I muted him out of. That sounds better. This sounds better now. Okay. So maybe. Okay, so what I did, Tyler, is I shut off being able to hear you. Sorry. So I shut off being able to hear you.
Interesting.
So.
Okay. I don't know why that would make it better. I'm trying to figure.
So if you can still hear me.
It's all right. It's all right, fam. We still love you, chat.
a message.
I'll chime in here and there when I can find a little break.
You know
You know
what
what I mean?
and I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this on the nooner. Is I might be able to just have you on my phone so you can talk to me. But yeah, there's a disconnect somewhere on. It looks like from my audio. But if that fixed it, guys, we can get moving forward here. Okay, so if you need, if the house is burning down or something, Tyler, shoot me a
I'll just start taking my clothes off.
Text. You can text me, or you can call me, or you can put something in the chat.
All right, let's go. Let's get it going.
Okay, all right, so let's get going here, guys. Make up some ground. Thanks for your patience, guys. Thanks for your patience as we move through this. Okay, as always, I'm going to get blamed for any IT issues. We all know that, and you guys feel free to make your jokes now.
This one's on me, Aaron. I'll wear it.
Because of my age or something. Waiting for Ivan and Edward to chime in on that. So, all right. So anyway, on the VIX. So we've broken the longs from lows on the continuous contract, right? The one thing we're watching out for here, guys, is on the new contract. And I saw somebody say, TradingView, you haven't rolled yet, fortunately. Nate usually actually alerts me. Nate or Ivan are right on it because then I start getting VIX gap questions. All right. So what we're doing here on the new contract, all right, is we're taking the lows, and we only have to do this once a month, but let's not get too excited about this yet. We're taking the lows from the continuous contract, which are 1775. So if I go back here to 1775, great year, 1775, which are right here. All right, and that's the low that I'm drawing from. It's just I'm transposing it or cutting and pasting it onto the new contract. Okay, so that's why you see that, because we don't have this data on the continuous. So 1775 to highs, that would be our old contract lows to our new contract highs, which is the level we have to watch out for once a month. Okay, and you can see on the new contract, that hasn't broken yet. Okay, so we're not out of the woods, but we're still trailing the lows of the week, or I'm sorry, the open, our reopen, okay, to our lows. All right, so we've still got the same draws. All right, we still got the same draws. So I'm looking at the continuous just with the realization in my head that, hey, you know, if these start breaking, we've got to pay attention. So here's where we're sitting. All right, there's our reopen on Sunday right there. This is our halfway back on the week right now. All right, and these held yesterday. Okay, to our lows down here at 1845 right there. Okay, and those didn't break, or those didn't hit their profit target. All right, so what do we got? Well, we've got our little worker bee move, which is a smaller move inside of a bigger one. Okay, right there, and we went up and we traded that. All right, so that's what we're watching going into the morning. So we've got two targets down here now, down here at these 1820s, 1815s call. Okay, so if we stay below and hold this short setup, it's going to lead us back down, lead us up in the direction of our gap fills. Okay, and just a continuation of the trend. All right, so the only big level we've really got to watch break going into the week that we would need to be concerned about, right, is this level up here, these 1916 or 1915 round up to 16. Did you guys see what I did there? 1915 round up to 16? No. Let's start that over. 1916s round up to 20 at a tick, 25. If these 25s break, right, then we've got a squeeze coming on the VIX. And that's going to be a definite downside on the indices.
because we could come all the way back, right? We could come all the way back up there. Okay. Yeah. Did you guys that have been with me for a while catch that little hiccup? No, dude. Your rounding is way off doing that. But as long as we continue to hold this trend, we're good. Indices can continue to trend higher. Right? Continue to trend higher. So look at that, traded to the tick, and there we go. All right. Okay, any questions on the VIX before we get moving forward here, guys? Anybody? Before we get into it? All right, as long as this continues to fall, right, indices strength. So I'm giving you direction here, right? As long as these hold, indices strength. Okay, everybody good? All right, moving on. Our financials. Yeah, happy Veterans Day to everybody. Happy Veterans Day. Sent my kid a text this morning. Thank you, Ivan. Yes, I'm waiting on that. So here on our financials, remember, this is bank, right? They ran out of cool names when they named this one, BANK. And if this is rising, right, that puts a tailwind behind the indices. If this is falling, that puts a headwind against the indices. All right, so we don't have a whole lot to go off of here. All right, other than our lows of the week to highs of the week. Not that. All right, and there's just not a whole lot yet. And we don't worry too much. This is just an index. Remember, this is just an index. So it doesn't have to be technical. These draws we put on here are just a guide. But we'll see where we open up, which direction we get moving. If we get that VIX weakness and we get more bank strength today, like we did coming out at 10 o'clock yesterday, the indices are going to go on a run. They could absolutely go on a run. All right, so we'll see. Okay, now moving on to the ES. All right, so here's where we're sitting. All right, man, I hope that didn't take me out of break even. We'll have to see. So we're looking at our reopen, our lows of the week to highs of the week, and that's what we traded yesterday. Now this broke, but it doesn't matter, right? Because the VIX didn't break shorts. Okay, that's one of the little tricks and traps of the ES, right? And we know better because the VIX didn't break shorts, so this little break of this 61.8 doesn't matter. So it went up, we've hit targets. So we've got two levels now. We've got two support levels. One is our halfway back on the week, right? Halfway back on the week right there. The other is yesterday's 10:30 lows to highs, which is what the VIX is holding, right? Or I'm sorry, 11 o'clock, 11:30 lows to highs. Okay, so that's that even smaller move in here. So could that get in the way of us making our larger pullback? Yeah, absolutely it could. Absolutely it could. So we'll just watch the VIX, right? Look at that. How gorgeous is that? I mean, that's what we're talking about right there. Okay. And then the indices are lifting off. So as long as these shorts continue to hold, guys, right, we can lift off. Now, the reason that there's two reasons why the ES is bouncing right here. One is that's our 20-point level from the gap fill right there. Oh, that son of a gun, it did take me out at break even. Right, that's our 20 points away level for the gap fill. The other is the VIX hit it short right there. Okay, and that's going to lift us off. So going into the morning, what we can start watching for, right, here's our gap fill, 68.57. Here's 10 points away. Here's 20 points away. All right, as long as we open within those 20 points, right, that gives us about a 70% chance of our gap filling, right? Gap fill is 68.57. So for some reason, if we open outside of these 20 points, we're going to have to pay attention, right? We're going to have to pay attention. So, but we could fill the gap. If the VIX continues down in its shorts, we defend these 20 points, we fill the gap, continuation of the trend. Okay, we've got multiple targets up here. All right. So now we know, history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. So we know that Wall Street are a bunch of big babies, right? And they're going to want their fill this morning. So there'd be nothing surprising about us coming back down here into these 20 points before, or maybe right before the market opens, or right after the market opens, or right now on demand as it's doing it. But we know this from past experience, right? And if we defend these levels again, then we can lift off in the direction of the fill, continuation of the trend. Okay? So here we're coming back down to retest. So we'll see. Now, what's the VIX doing here? It's just going sideways. All right, but see that, just that little, those 2 ticks right there, right? Those 2 ticks on the VIX right there is enough, right, to send us down right here. Okay? All right, yes, they're very smart toddlers with a whole lot of money. All right, so we'll see. Okay, any questions on the gap fill? Any question on the VIX gap fill before we move forward? So there's your setups for this morning for the gap fill. All right. Okay, moving on to the NASDAQ. Now look at the NASDAQ. Here is our halfway back of the week from our reopen to our highs at 10 o'clock yesterday. There was our pullback right there. I want to make sure you guys can see this okay. Yeah, you guys, let me move it over a little bit so you guys can see it. There you go. So there's our pullback, right? And look at that, right to target. Rang that bell. And there's our profit taking coming off of our profit target. So same anchor, new high. All right, there's our next pullback. And we'll just let the ES gap fill and the VIX be our guide in the morning. All right. So if the ES holds support again, starts lifting off in the direction of the fill, right? Taking the NASDAQ with it. All right. VIX continues to hold these shorts. Look at that. That is just awesome to see. VIX continues to hold these shorts. Then it's going to lift off the ES and the NASDAQ. Okay. Simple as that. Okay, moving on to the YM and the Russells. Now, a little bit different here on the YM and the Russells. There we go. All right, look at the YM. YM's almost just piecing out here. All right, so we've still got this short from highs, right? There's still this opposing move up here from our highs up here on October 29th to lows. It's still there. It absolutely is still there. But we haven't broken any long setups, right? So what we're watching here, you can see the YM didn't quite get up to its target like the ES and the NASDAQ did. So we're just watching these 11 o'clock lows to highs. Not that, Tamika. 11 o'clock lows to highs. All right, let me get this out of the way. You don't need that. All right, so you can see we could make this pullback, right? So always remember that the YM and the Russells are the most sensitive to banks' movements. Okay, so bank opens up and takes off, it's dragging the YM and the Russells with it. Okay, if bank opens up and pulls back, then we can get this pullback on the YM. Okay, did I say that right? If bank opens up and pulls back, yeah, we can get this pullback on the YM. Okay, but that's just its little worker bee move inside of the bigger one to get us up to that target. Okay, so there's the YM. Now Russells, you gotta have a talk with the Russells here. Okay, because look what the Russells did. That's not very promising. All right, there's our short from highs. October 26th to our lows, traded it to the tick, right? And then not only did it do that, but it broke those 11 o'clock lows to highs that all the other indices. Oh my gosh, Tamika, I saw it. There. It broke those 11 o'clock lows to highs that all the other indices are holding, like all the cool kids, and the Russell's not. It's not at the cool table anymore. All right. So the Russell's has some work to do. All right. The Russell's absolutely has some work to do to get through those highs. That's a massive short setup. Okay. So we'll start watching to see if we start to trend here. And it looks like we already tried. Yep, there's number one off of highs. There's our targets. We'll see if we pull back off these targets, and we'll just continue to trail. We'll continue to trail. Now, the only thing that'll save this, right, is if bank opens up and rips. Bank opens up and rips, then that's going to drag the Russells through that. But if we have bank weakness, yeah, Russell's going to continue down. We'll see if we get these pullbacks. See if we get these pullbacks. Okay. What's the okay? Questions or anything you might have missed? VIX bank indices before we move forward. Anybody? Anybody? Everybody good? The one thing I've noticed, guys. Oh, I can do the emojis. Can we do a celebration one? Yeah. Yeah. You can do the confused one. Tamika, this is when I look at you.
We got Aaron on emojis before GTA 6.
The one thing I've noticed, I think it takes just a second for when you guys type something in the chat. So somebody type something. Type Aaron kick rocks, or ask me about the VIX gap, or type something in there. So I want to see how quickly something comes in.
Somebody do it.
Something. Okay, there we go. So I just got the somethings. Small delay. Okay. All right. So I'll give everybody just another second when I ask questions. Okay. All right, cool. Waiting on something like that. Moo. Okay.
I think it depends on your internet connection as the viewer.
I don't know.
Well.
Remember, Edward was so bored. Or who was it? You were so bored one day that you looked them all up. Okay. All right. Ivan dropping the moo. Okay. All right. So everybody good. All right. So let's move forward here. Let's get cooking. I got to get moving. So Bitcoin. Wow. So here's where we are in Bitcoin, right? Make sure I've got, you guys can see. Yeah, okay. So we're still in these larger short setups. Now we know what time of the year it is and where we are in the cycle. So here's those first pullbacks, right? And we haven't hit these targets yet. These targets are down at 98.2. Okay, but son of a gun, we were just talking about this yesterday, right? If we were going to trade this and light that fuse, and our next little worker bee move inside of this to get us to the larger target down there. Remember what a worker bee move is? Remember, we don't trade straight normally. We don't trade straight from a 50% straight to a profit target. Okay, we need smaller worker bee moves inside of that to get us to that bigger target. All right, and this was our next one right here. All right. And yesterday, get up there. Okay. Yesterday, we had not quite traded it yet and fired off all those programs. Okay. We were messing around, getting front run, and then we traded it, right? 107.910. We traded 107.9, $10. That's about as close as you can possibly get. So we traded 10 bucks away, and that lit that fuse, and there we go. Right? So there's going to be longs from lows. There's going to be support all the way down, but we're in a downtrend. All right? We're in a downtrend. And yes, it appears we're starting to trend here that we'll have some, we're getting close. So we'll see if we start to trend off of those highs. All right, we'll see if we start to trend, and that'll give us something to work off of all the way back down to these targets. Okay. All right, so there's Bitcoin still doing kind of what we expected. It is November 11th. So, all right. Crude oil. All right, finally put its shoes on. Little toddler, right? Can't go anywhere until you put your shoes on. So it broke out of this next short setup. All right, so that confirms this long. See how this nasty sideways we're in? Confirms this long from our lows on October 20th to our highs on the 24th. So now we'll see if we can start getting pullbacks. All right, now that we broke out of that short, we can see if we can start getting pullbacks here to lift us off. All right, but this has been very difficult. Okay, crude oil has been very difficult. All right, like I said, very, very toddlerish. So I've kind of been steering clear of crude oil until it starts trending or it goes into a great big range, because this is nonsense. There's just nonsense in there. Okay, now what's not nonsense are gold and silver. Oh my God, I cracked myself up. So we're still in this massive long. All right, from our highs on April 22nd, highs to highs, there was our next gift, right? Remember our first gift was down here at 31.55. We were talking about that forever when it happened, that if we got down there, that could be a big gift to everybody, and it ended up being. So we're at the next one now. All right, and gold still has some work to do. All right, it's still got some work to do. There's that pullback, right? And that gives us targets up at 46.07. All right, but, big but, all right, we haven't broken the opposing move yet. Okay, so we've got to watch it, right? We've got to watch it here. Okay, and you can see we got a little reaction. Now that doesn't mean by any means that this is a short. Okay, but, big but, we need to get through these 42.07s, right? Because what happened was we went straight here, right? And we know when we go straight there, we haven't built that foundation and those stories on the house that makes the move stronger. We just ripped straight there. All right, so we're still going to watch these lows to highs. Okay, we're still going to watch these lows to highs. Now, there'll be someone home here. There'll be someone home, absolutely 100%. It's just a matter of how much. Okay, so we'll see. Now, if gold continues to get a wild hair, HARE, and fly through this and breaks those 42.0730s, then no worries. That the uptrend is confirmed and we're buying pullbacks. All right. So we'll have to see if we do make this pullback. There'll be a little battle over the trend right there, but hopefully we can just keep grinding through. Okay, gold's been really awesome, right? It's been really awesome. Now, so we're looking for these pullbacks. Either way, if we break this, we'll just continue to draw to that high and then wait for that pullback. If we don't break it, we're still watching that pullback. Okay, because silver, guess what? Showing off a little bit, right? Silver broke the short. Okay, that is big time awesome. All right, so silver broke that short. Now the larger long that it's in, all right, is from these highs on July 23rd, highs to highs. Let me move that over. I see what you guys are talking about. Move it over off of my face here. Scooch over.
There's a Thinkorswim setting.
What?
I want him to change, but he can't hear me, so we'll have to talk about that another time.
All right, there we go. Move over. Okay. So from our highs on July 21st to highs. All right, that's our next extension long. Boom, 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 boom. And now we're lifting off. So we broke this. All right, we broke this. Very, very cool. Now, gold usually leads, so we need gold to get in gear and break it short as well. But we're watching for these pullbacks. These are massively juicy pullbacks. All right. And what do we know about the first pullback after a trend break? That we've really got to pay attention to our 38.2 because Wall Street will want their fill on that. Okay, and they're not going to wait. There's going to be too many orders down here and they'll never get their entire order filled. Remember, when we're talking about big money that are moving these markets around, right, we're talking about hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of contracts, right? Not me and you size. Okay, so there's only enough orders to go around, so they'll make sure that they get their fill, right, before it gets down here and takes off without them. All right, so we're watching for these pullbacks on our precious metals, and you know, we do need gold to join the party because that's only going to help silver out. Join the party by breaking that short from highs. All right, and then we can buy these pullbacks. All right. Now, watching the dollar, okay, remember the precious metals for a long time, well, a long time in trading terms, since like the middle of October, the precious metals held up extremely well, okay, in all this dollar strength. I mean, they held up really well. They didn't go up, but they survived, basically. They didn't drop. So now, if we continue with dollar weakness, remember we've been talking about this for like a month. Like if we can get a good amount of dollar weakness, we're going to see these precious metals fly. And we're finally getting that, right? We're finally getting that dollar weakness. That should be a good example to everybody that there's so many underlying things that actually move the instruments that we talk about, right? And if you can understand those underlying parts, like the VIX and Bank for the indices or the dollar for the precious metals, it makes your job a lot easier, right? It can put you on the right side of things. So here's DXY, not the dollar, but a bunch of different currencies smashed together. It just makes up an index, right? So DXY can lie. Remember that. The DXY can lie. So if you're wanting to watch pure dollar strength or weakness, just watch the euro. Okay, and we'll go over that in a second. That's the cleanest, easiest way. But here's DXY, and it's pulling back, right? This is dollar weakness. It's pulling back into potentially its next long setup. So we could go from dollar weakness to dollar strength. All right. But again, big but. Over 50% of this is made up of the euro. Remember I said it was just a great big bunch of currencies put together? Over 50% of this is made up of the euro, this index. So let's see what the euro is doing, okay? And when we get to that, you'll see. So DXY, again, it's just an index, right? I go over it because, I don't know, a lot of people watch it. I don't even look at it. It just stays over here by itself. I don't even look at it during the day. So here's the dollar yen. All right, dollar yen's in these longs, right, from October 28th to our highs. Now, we talked about this exact thing yesterday. We bounced off our support, and then we ran back to the top of the range, okay? So coming off the top of the range, this is dollar weakness. We talked about this exact thing. We don't want to trust this long from lows, right, because we're in the middle of the range. We could fall all the way back down here, all right? We could fall all the way back down to the bottom of the range to dollar weakness, right? And it'd be really cool if that went down here and broke. So if you guys can make that happen, that'd be sweet. But this continuing to fall is dollar weakness. So let's look at the euro. Okay, look at the euro. All right, here's its massive short setup. All right, from October 17th to our lows on November 5th. All right, we were front run. Now we've squeezed back into it. So there's that massive short. All right, so if we roll out of this, right, that we go from dollar weakness to dollar strength. But if this continues to climb, right, that's more dollar weakness. And if we break this 61.8, okay, you've got to zoom out to understand this. If we break this 61.8, look what we're going back to. That's a lot of dollar weakness. That would be incredibly cool if that happens. And then we'll have to zoom out and look at our larger long down here. But we'll see. All right, we don't want to get too excited. It's early in the week, right? Remember, our big participation starts Tuesday at 10 a.m. That's when big money hits the market. So we'll see. All right, but if this continues up, more dollar weakness, guys, more dollar weakness. So those of you that are positioned correctly in the precious metals and have been for a long, long time, this is a good sign if we can get through these, right? That's all it took. Isn't that amazing that gold and silver sat for so long just shopping in that gross mess on top of their longs?
I fixed it.
And finally we get the dollar weakness we need and they take off. Okay. All right. So we'll see. Hopefully we keep going. All right. Hopefully we keep going, but you can hope in one hand and you know what in the other. Okay. So we just got to do what price says. All right. British pound. All right. That's from Grumpy Old Men. I don't know if you, that's one of my favorites. Those guys. It's fantastic. If you haven't seen Grumpy Old Men or Grumpy Old Men, it's older movies, but just fantastic, just absolutely fantastic, both of them. All right, here's a British pound. Thank you, Amanda. Thank you very much. Backing me up on that. Here's a British pound. Made our pullback October 28th to our lows, November 4th, bang, into our pullbacks. But we sure as heck didn't break the long, did we? We traded into the short. There's number one, front run. There's number two. We sure as heck didn't break this long. So I'm trying to temper my enthusiasm, whatever the hell you call it, temper my excitement that these are going to hold and push through, because that dollar weakness would be really fantastic. I was waiting for it. I was waiting for one of you guys to chime in with that. Whoever house jockey is, I don't know what your name is on Discord, but it's probably Edward or something. I don't know. But who's the house jockey? It's Edward. It's got to be Ed, Squirrel. It's not Ivan, Hample, one of those, right? It's got to be one of those guys. Circle. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Paz. Yes, exactly. It is. It probably is Dawn or Circle. It's Ed. Thank you. I knew it. I knew it by your commentary. All right. Okay. So we'll see this rising, right? Dollar weakness. All right. So let's see where we are here. VIX barcoding. Looks like ribeye steak barcode at Kroger right there. But as long as we stay below 77, round up to 80 at 85. As long as we stay below these 85s, we're still in that next measured move short. All right, and that would continue to send the indices higher from their 20 points. All right. So we are struggling right here. All right. So we'll see. As we get closer to the open, we got 27 minutes. As we get closer to the open, right, we open above these 20 points. There's 20 points. We open above these 20 points, right? We got about a 70% chance of that filling. But don't forget that Wall Street are a bunch of babies, and they'll want, more than likely, they'll want that fill. Okay? All right, so we will see. We will see. This is nonsense right here on the VIX right there. That's junk. Okay. All right.
We do have Zach coming up next. I know Aaron can't hear me, but
Zach, what up, Zach? I don't know if you can hear me.
I think he can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. Any questions, guys, before we get going? Jose Four Names, what's up? There he is.
Jose.
Welcome. It's cool to see everybody. It's cool to see you guys, gals, and Ed. All right. Jose Four Names is back. Good to see you, man. All right. Any questions, anybody? Anything you might have missed before I jump off? Remember, we're in the clear for news, but it is holiday, so it is Rick. What's up, Rick? It is. I'm just not 100% sure. You see my nervousness I'm doing right now because I'm trying to answer this because I know it is, but I'm not sure yet how it's going, to be loaded on.
Rick, all the streams will live on YouTube. So after the stream live, they stay live.
Yeah, I'll
living
post
on
the yes
YouTube as a video,
yes,
and then we'll also be clipping stuff up into.
All right,
shorter
Cosmo,
form
what's
versions.
up? Nick, what's up? All right. Oh yeah, you can probably scroll back on the video. Good call, Nick. Okay. All right, thanks guys. I'm going to jump off. Let Zach get on. Let me turn.
All right, guys.
Tyler back on.
I'm just gonna switch over real quick while I get Zach's charts all set up. So we'll be gone for about 2 minutes, and then we'll be back on with Zach. So just hang tight. We'll be right back, everybody.
Well, at least we got the audio thing figured out.
All right, everybody, we are back with Mr. Zach Austin. Zach Austin Trades. If you guys don't know him, on Instagram, you can find him at Zach Austin Trades. He is an outstanding trader for Stockdads that trades both options and futures. So he does the options cash accounts. He pulls out money from prop firms. He does it all over here. So Mr. Zach Austin, why don't you go ahead and just fill everybody else in, anybody who might not know you, a little bit about yourself here.
Yeah, for sure. What's up, guys? You guys maybe have seen me on socials before. I do some streaming from time to time. This is my first stream on Stockdads TV, so hopefully it goes well, smooth, and hopefully we can catch some good trades. Like I said, or like Tyler said, I'm Zach Austin Trades on all socials. I've been with Stockdads for a little over a year now, and I love it. And as he mentioned, I trade options and futures both. So during these streams, I don't really pick and choose. I kind of just have everything up. I have a bunch of screens going. Whatever's looking good, I try to take. Typically, and I say typically, I don't take futures right near the open. I focus more on options, and in particular near the open, I look for my post earnings setups. Those are kind of like my bread and butter setups. The only kind of caveat with that is that it's only coming from earnings. So, right, if it's not a busy earnings season, we don't have as many setups. So today we have a couple that I'll cover in my daily plan. And for those in the Discord, you guys know, every single morning I cover my daily plan. I also kind of leave some time for you guys to give me some ticker requests, typically. But for the first stream, we're just going to kind of jump right into it. And, that's pretty much everything that, I want to say. So every morning, as I said, I cover my daily plan, which consists of whatever options I'm looking at, as well as futures, right? And so I like to start with the options because sometimes those take a little bit longer. And I will say, guys, anything that I say right now on stream, I'll also be posting in the chats. I know, during these streams, we may have some swing trades open. I'll narrate those as well on voice as well as in the chats, right? So just don't worry about that. Don't feel like you need to be on here, just similar to voice chat, right? It's really no difference for you guys in the Discord. Don't have to feel like you need to be on here. Otherwise you're going to miss, right? So with that being said, if anybody has any general questions, not ticker requests, feel free to put that in the chats. But otherwise, I'm going to hop right into my daily plan for the day, right? So we have a couple post-earnings trades. This is my number one favorite right now. And this one could be a bit tricky, just considering that we've already dropped pretty significantly, right? This is CoreWeave, ticker CRWV. This has been, it seems like at least for the last couple months, a retail favorite. And I actually traded this a couple times. I think I traded it 3 times, took like 2 wins on this, 1 loss. And this candle right here, I remember from the beginning of October, probably shouldn't have happened. This breakout should have stuck over this previous high. And since then, we've dropped now from 150s down to, now we're sub 100. But in particular, this 140s, just in about 2 weeks, less than 2 weeks, we dropped from around 140 to now sub 100. So it is very possible that we do get some type of failure to go lower first. However, I'll let the market dictate that, right? If we do get some type of failure to go lower, I'll allow the market to show me that, not me kind of guess, right? Excuse me. So for CoreWeave, the main 2 levels that I'm watching here are my 100.8s and the 97.8s. I mentioned this yesterday in my video. If you didn't see that one, I'll explain the whole thing right now anyway. I wanted to see it at least gap under the 100.8s, but actually it would be a bit better under the 97.8s. We have a small pivot as well around like right here at 96s, but under that, it's pretty much clear to the downside down to this 87, 86 area, right? Under that small support at 82. But if you zoom out now, this was an IPO name from last year, actually the beginning of the year, excuse me. And, we actually caught a big chunk of this pretty parabolic run. And it gives me similar vibes, again, not identical, but similar vibes to what happened with Circle here, where if you look back in time here, again, it was much more new, but we kind of had this little double top action going on. And then once we broke these pivot lows around like 170, it ultimately dropped to around 110, right? And everyone was saying, buy the dip, it's not going to break, buy the dip here, it's not going to break, and we continue to fall. So it's kind of giving me those vibes. And, now kind of more so, if we do, again, one step at a time, right? If we do break this 87s, we pretty much have 0 support down to around 60 bucks. So again, one step at a time. If we can capture a move today anywhere between 95, 97 down to 87, 85s, that's a great, great move. But from a bigger picture perspective, down to 60s wouldn't completely shock me, right? The biggest keys here is that we need to see this underneath the opening print, right? So whether we spike up and spike down, whether we spike down and get a retest, we just need to remain underneath the opening print. As long as we're above the opening print, I'm not overly interested. Sometimes I am willing to take an aggressive entry above the opening print, but for this stock, not necessarily.
Love me a good opening print.
What was it?
I said, love me a good opening print.
Oh yeah,
Sorry,
absolutely.
I didn't mean to throw your flow off.
No worries. And the opening print, for those that don't know, is the open of the day. It's not anything complicated, and in simplest form, it just kind of dictates direction for the day, right? Generally speaking, there's a time and place to take, different types of trades. But if we're above the opening print, we want to be cautious on shorts, maybe lean slightly long, and vice versa underneath the opening print. So the opening print for me dictates, the direction for the most part, right? And so above 100.8s at any point, I'm not really going to be interested. There is a chance that we spike way higher to fill the gap before going lower. But in that case, we've already would have spent a good amount of the average daily range. So, the one thing that I will say, which is kind of encouraging, forget the move down. I don't even care if this is a move down or move up. Last earnings, we moved intraday from 134 to 117, right? So that's an over 10% range. So with that being said, we do have the juice in theory to go to 100.83, test that, and get down to the 87 area. So we have the average daily range post earnings to support that, right? So with that being said, it could go either way, of course. We're hoping to take an entry. But if not, we will not force it, right? A big thing for me is I really, really love this setup, but we can't force the idea on the chart, right? That was one of my biggest mistakes when I first started trading, was having an idea and just forcing on the chart without an actual entry, right?
I feel that.
So let's not do that. Number two, which actually is likely not going to be valid at this point, unfortunately, was Nebis, right? I wanted to see us gap above this previous day high, or gap near the previous day high, which if you look here, turn on extended hours, we were doing that, right? We were doing that as I was kind of getting up with the daily plan. We were pretty close. We started fading a bit. And I said I wanted us to gap it, or to gap at least above the 115s. Which we still have time. We still have about 10, 12 minutes, so we can. But if we can't, then I'm not really interested as long as it's within yesterday's range, because the daily as of right now is still in a downtrend. All right.
Nebius has been in play recently. They had did they ink the old Microsoft?
Yes, they did.
Got this ticker juicing up. I've been watching it as well.
That was this big gap right here. And so a couple things about this: it's a weekly inside candle as well as a monthly inside bar. However, the range is wide enough where we can still capture a move, if possible, up to the 124 to 133s. So even if it does just stay within the range, we have enough range to work with where I'm comfortable taking it within that. All right. So that's this. Again, it's not looking like it's going to set up, but if for some reason we do pop within the next 10 minutes, good to go. Next up here is SATS. This is kind of a little bit of a funky one, a little awkward one. This one got a gap down that rallied the entire thing back after retesting that weekly 8 EMA. We're still within that weekly EMA, and we're also, getting that failure to go lower on the monthly perspective. However, the daily here will flip above these highs. I'm hoping for a gap above 74.67s, but if not, it's not the end of the world. If the daily flips back to the upside above 74.67s, we have a small little pivot here at 75s, but then the main targets in here are 77 and 79. This name has been range bound for a while, right? Yes, we had a little bit of move up, a little bit of move down, but relatively speaking, it's been pretty range bound after a pretty parabolic run, right? It had this crazy gap. I think it was Apple or Google, some type of partnership. And then it's been kind of just filling out this base here. So it is looking prime for a move back up, right? Again, we'll see what happens. We'll see where it opens, and we'll go from there. And that's pretty much it as far as the options go. I have a couple names I watched from yesterday on the back burner with a couple alerts set. But other than that, that's pretty much it. I'm going to hop into the futures portion now. Echo's back. Yeah, the echo may unfortunately be coming here and there.
Yeah, I'm not
So-
sure why it would just randomly come. I mean, we haven't changed anything. It's super weird.
Yeah, not sure exactly either. But nonetheless, we rally. And my plan for the NASDAQ and ES today is honestly pretty simple, and it's potentially a little boring. So yesterday we had a big gap up, right? NASDAQ gapped pretty much 150 points up, small little dip before now rallying up to new highs. So now for me, we did in the overnight session sweep the previous day highs, which I'm not overly concerned with. But I'm thinking we're just going to spend pretty much all of today within the previous day range. So if we look at QQQ, it'll give you a better view of that, right? I will guess that the majority of today, if not entirety of today, gets spent in between, basically the highs here, 624 is lows at 616 and change. If we do break the highs or the lows, there is a directional trade there. I will say I'm definitely not as eager to take a short, just because we still are in a higher time frame uptrend, and at that point it would be a pretty huge fade, and I just probably wouldn't want to play into that right away. I would just kind of let the market do its thing. Above the previous highs, we definitely do have room continue to the upside from the targets from yesterday, which is around that 25,900, 25,850s. So we do have a couple hundred points of room to work, but again, we need to break above yesterday's high first. The key thing that I'm watching for a trade near the open is if we do retest the hourly 8 EMA, which right now is around 570s, if we do dip down to there, I would be looking to potentially go long on some type of smaller time frame failure to go lower. It's pretty much the same concept here with ES. If you look at ES here, if we get some type of dip down to 68.25s or so, with a failure to go lower on the smaller time frames, I'd be looking to go long there, right? That's probably the only trade I'd take near the open. I also, actually, that's a lie. It's the only trade I would take near the open for ES. One ticker that I do like here, or I should say futures ticker. Oops, that's the wrong one. I really like the Dow. I think it could be a potential day for the Dow to kind of take some glory here. We have a level at 523s or so, which is also above the previous day high. If we can open above it, that's a definite plus.
Yeah. It's
If we
actively making new highs right now pre-market, so definitely looks like the strongest index coming into the
Yes,
day.
I actually was about to even say, just looking at the NASDAQ really quickly, on a normal setting, I potentially would take this trade, but being that we're, kind of in a stream, just hopping on recap, and I'm not going to take this, but the 5-minute is flipping back up to the upside. 15-minute, if we get a close above here going into the open, could set up for a push higher. However, because I'm looking for a lower move first, I'm not going to take this. But anyway, getting back to the Dow, we are making new highs. We are making, you could say we're having relative strength here as well. The fact that we're above the previous day high right now. And we do have a lot of room to the upside here. Our next kind of pivot's 47,820. So about 300 points. Yeah, about 300 points of upside. And then above there is even more, like 500 points. So we do have a lot of room to operate. Just looking at the daily perspective as a whole, looks good. The weekly still an inside bar, and again has tons of room to operate within that weekly inside bar still. So definitely looks good. You could maybe make the case to wait for above this 570, 580 break, but for me, I would definitely be looking there near the open. And then gold was looking good about 20 minutes ago, as it was closer to that 4154, 4159 area. If we can break above there, we have a lot of room, but that should act as a pretty decent resistance, at least near the open. First go, and then if we can break that, good. Or I would be willing to get a dip buy in there if possible, which I'm not sure if it'll allow, but if it does fade towards like 4,100, could be a potential dip buy. And is there anything else that I missed? The Russell, no real interest in the Russell today. That's why I didn't really talk about it. But I think that's it.
I mean, it sounds good.
Yep.
There were a couple tickers that were requested. I don't know if you're willing to take a look at them or not. Somebody said Lyft, and somebody said it looks like Roblox. I think RKLB. I know we got. I know the opens in 5 minutes here, so also if you
I'll do my
if you feel like you need to get locked in, don't.
I got it. I got you. Thank you though. So Lyft definitely looks good. I probably wouldn't take it just yet here. It did have the daily 1, 2, 3. You can look for continuation as we're breaking these highs. So definitely a strong chart. I would say I would wait for some type of small pullback, but as long as we're above the highs, in theory, you can long. So this is a chart that if you're in, I would take some and be okay with the pullback. If we get the pullback, add, but it may not give the pullback. So that's kind of always the trade-off. Is like, do we get the pullback? Yes or no? Can you hold through it? Yes or no? Right. I always say to everybody, before you enter the trade, you have to identify where can the stock pull back to and still be valid. Where can the stock pull back to and not be valid? Right. It's a pullback versus reversal theory. So definitely strong chart here. Rocket Lab did have earnings. I was checking it out. This is a, I'm probably not going to take this, but this is a typical short setup for me, where we're gapping up to the daily 8 EMA. It should reject at least temporarily. If I had to guess, I would say it probably rejects at least the previous day high or like the previous day open, and then maybe rallies from there. It's possible we do just get a straight rally, but that's not something I would personally long. With the weekly is still an inside bar. So for me, I would say it probably goes lower before higher. If we do go lower and close the day above the daily 8, the pivot low in here could be in, and that could be a swing long. But other than that,
Zach, do you want to try just maybe moving your mic a little bit further away from you?
Yeah.
Because I mean, your audio, it sounds good to me. People are saying they're getting the echo again, so I don't know if it's like picking up a little audio from your AirPods or not.
I just moved it a little bit.
I'm gonna turn on a couple of settings here too.
It's a little bit further to my right now.
Does that change anything for his audio? Anyone? Everyone better? No echo. Okay. All right. Sounds like that must have fixed it. Much
Cool.
better. Okay. Cool. All right, guys. We got the open in 3 minutes here. So if you're someone who likes to trade the open, it's time to get locked in. And let's get it. I'm a fan of all the tickers Zach was looking at. Zach, you said you use the hourly pivot levels, I believe, similar to what I
Yes.
use, right?
Also, one thing I just wanted to say as well, I do trade futures, and I trade it on the computer that I'm streaming on. So in the event that I take an order, I'll obviously let you guys know, but you might hear order filled, so I'm not sure how loud or soft it will be. So
We
I'll
love
be
that
cautious
sound,
of
baby.
that. But yes, I do use the hourly pivots.
As long as we don't hear stop filled, we're happy over here. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Also, yeah, one more thing I did want to say, especially for those that are not in the Discord, guys. Every single morning, I personally, in my brain, read affirmations. I think they're very important for everything in life, but especially for trading. I have them pinned in my channel for those in the Discord, but for those not, I'm just going to read them really quickly. This is what I say to myself every single day. I've been doing this literally since I've been full-time. I say, I read these in my head, but I'll say them out loud. I say, I am successful. I have the skills need to be profitable. I put in the time and effort. I don't waste hard-earned money. I only look for top trades and wait for confirmation. I don't chase or YOLO if I miss a trade. I don't hold losing trades. I am patient. I have earned deserved greatness. I say that in my brain or out loud every single day. Highly suggest you guys do the same or have your own affirmations or something along those lines. So
I dig that.
now we're ready. Now we're ready.
Let's go.
All right. So as far as at the open immediately here, it looks like our friend Sats, unfortunately, is failing. XPEV don't really take anything for this. I just have this on watch. Well, actually, we are breaking this previous pivot high. I was watching this previous yearly high here. It does have earnings next week, but I just kind of had this up. I'm probably not going to take anything. I was more so watching it. So at the open right now, it doesn't look like Nebus is going to get the gap. CoreWeave is probably the only one that has any potential. And we'll see if we can get entry.
Dow with a initial rejection pre-market here off the 520 level, but wicking back up on that 5 minute, looking like it may give an open entry here.
So watching CoreWeave, not sure what contract I have next week. Con chain just open right now. Yeah, the SAT's probably no good, unfortunately.
make sure you guys are following Zach on Instagram as well, and all of the wonderful Stockdads traders. If you want to trade with them live every day, you can do so in the Discord. We're lucky to have.
There goes the Dow pushing here.
Yep. She looks pretty good. Will it give us a little 2-minute pullback or not?
Yeah, that is the question here.
All 4 indices pushing a little higher right now.
So what I like to do is, we have now a little bit of a spike here on CoreWeave. So what I do is I now set an alert underneath these lows, because now regardless if we test level, regardless of what, now back under these lows, we should be good to go. So we are testing level here. So this is the spot where now, okay, we should look for a rejection back under those, call it 95 and change. Can look for an entry there. Datadog also bouncing off that hourly 8, which is what I wanted to see. Back above 200, I'll add to that one. Definitely interested in the Dow.
Yeah, looks like
if it gives us some type of dip, which we're potentially getting. The only thing I'll say is, which is potentially setting up now, is I don't want to take the Dow and get me kind of off task from CoreWeave, which we are potentially getting a setup now here, guys.
What's the CoreWeave
If we break
ticker?
that first pivot low, CRWV.
This
All
is
right,
the
I'm gonna
post-earnings
wait.
short. Sorry, I keep talking as soon
Yes,
as you
it
do.
is. No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say this is the post-earnings short, right?
Exactly. This is pretty much setting up perfect. I'm just waiting for confirmation now underneath this previous low. So if we get, I would say, a 2-minute close underneath this previous low, I'll take it. 5-minute close at the lows, I'll take that as well. So whichever happens first. Looking to short, guys, with puts. So what I'm going to be looking at is the next week $90 put. They'll be around like $350 to $400 or so, depending on the exact entry. And I would say my stop loss is going to be a little bit wider because I do want to give it room to work. Initially, it'll be above 100.8s. However, I probably won't let it go that far.
Yeah, the earnings volatility on the options pricing is always something you gotta consider when trading post options or post earnings. I meant to say.
Yeah, so typically, and I forget I'm not in the normal Discord setting. Typically, guys, when I take my post earnings trades, it's slightly smaller size because of wider stops, but also I'm looking for much larger targets. Just debating if I want to wait for this 5-minute close just in case here. All right, guys, I took some there at 3.7. The next week, $90 puts. So
we got that next week, $90 strike. Yep. Entries at 370. Obviously, size for your own account.
Yes. You could go weeklies. You could go better strike, better date. You know, for me, that feels good. I'm trying to do the math now quick in my brain. 696. So they'll be roughly in my brain, if my brain calculates correctly. If we do stop above 100.8, it'll probably be closer to like a 40% loss, which actually isn't that bad. I thought it'd be a little bit wider.
It's a nice 5-minute close.
Yeah, good 5-minute close. I was taking it basically as soon as that, and looks like nothing else is really going to set up for us. Nebus, especially complete fade. As that 2-minute candle was breaking or about to break that previous candle low, I just decided to take it there and not wait for the 5-minute. And so again, we're looking for that 87s as like the first big target, but we're going to trim on impulses down as always.
YM rejected that level again, but refusing to just die. Still battling. It's a nice push down for you there. It's a good start.
Yeah, and also one thing that I always look at too, it doesn't matter as much because of the nature of these post earnings trades. But when we have relative strength, relative weakness compared to the overall markets, again, the Dow kind of fell there, but then rebounded. Okay, guys, I'm gonna look to take a trim here if we can get a little push lower down to like 92s on this impulse. Let's see if we can get there. Should be around like 4.748 roughly on 92s. But anyway, what I was saying was with relative strength, relative weakness, I like to see, as the NQ is popping a little bit, CoreWeave's dropping a little. And so even if CoreWeave does get a pullback to the upside, as the market maybe pushes, we'll at least have some cushion. And now at this point, it's probably a safe bet to say, now that we've kind of gone a little bit in profit, it's dropped a little bit. If we do start rallying back above like 96, 97, 98, trade probably no longer is valid. And so I wouldn't keep my stop above 100.1s.
I tried a little MYM, so the YM micros on
Nice.
my prop accounts. It stops at like 480s, basically the New York low. I'm in at like 530, 47, 530.
Nice, looks good.
It's fucking right, baller.
So we're getting a little bit of a 2-minute failure to go lower. If this 5-minute closes a failure to go lower, I'll close the position early because, like I said, now that we started getting that impulsive down, we don't want to see the impulse back up, especially above the opening print.
Did you get a trim off on CRWV?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Yeah, for me, that's the thing too, is that, and sometimes again, it nickels and dimes and it doesn't work out. But overall, I look for bigger trims because my sizing is a little bit smaller. Not like crazy small, but if in theory I'm risking 30, 40% off the rip, try to get as close to like a 30% first trim as I can.
Porto asked, so you take a position, and did you put the position anywhere for us to see? So yes, he did take puts on CRWV. Was that? Do you just have your futures up, or was that? Could you actively see that on your screen, Zach, when you took that?
You
it's
probably
just hard
can't
for me to see
anything.
your charts. Okay.
Okay, yeah, you can't see anything, I don't think.
Yeah.
But I do post everything in the Discord if that's what you're asking.
I'm just trying to let somebody know in the chat what's going on. But yeah, so he told everybody what strike he was watching, what strike he was taking, what price was his entry, what time he took it, where his stop would approximately be. So I don't know if I don't think it actually actively showed on the chart that he has up on the stream right now, but he did let everybody know what he was taking. And I did take some YM, but I just have my Thinker Swim screen up, and I took it on my Tradeovate account. I'm in YM at 47 530s.
All right, so we got a 5-minute with a little bit of a bottoming tail, which isn't great, but not the end of the world. So ideally, this 5-minute candle pushes back a little bit lower, and then the next 15-minute takes it out right away. Again, if we start getting a failure to go lower back above the opening print, I would stop out, and whatever it is, the premium's at, I would just stop it at. There's no reason to let it go.
Yeah, he gives his alerts in the Zach options channel in the Discord. I don't know if he did the one today because he's on stream.
Of course I did. Of course I did.
He still did it. Hey, let's go look at that. This man can multitask over here, baby.
Oh yeah. So like in this case, right, as CRWV is popping up a bit, I think the contracts at like 4.6. I was looking for like a little bit more at 4.7, 4.8, just at like the 92 round, number mark. And again, sometimes that's just how it works out, regardless of what happens. We could say, oh, we could have trimmed there, added back on a 2-minute sell setup of something of that nature. But that's just sometimes how trading works, obviously. And in the event that we don't get a trim off, I'm okay with that, because for these post earnings trades, I'm willing to risk unrealized gains. These aren't, or I should say in general, for people just tuning in, I'm not necessarily, she got an alert on Iron. Not sure what that is. I'll check that in a second. But I'm not necessarily an options scalper. I look typically for larger moves overall, especially for these post earning trades. Last week on Dave, I can maybe review that later after this trade's over, but I took a trade on Dave and my first trim wasn't until about like 85 or 90%. And it is tough sometimes holding when you're up that much without taking a trim, but it's really just the conviction in the trades that hopefully allows you to do that.
Yeah, Porto, I'm not exactly sure what you're subscribed to in the Discord to answer that for you.
If you have the full package, you should have it. If you can't see, it's tab number 5, just options traders, and it just has the list of all of them. I'm the only guy with a Z, so just look for Zach and all the trades are there. So my guess is you probably have the stocks only package.
Just to show you guys the trade I'm in, this is YM. I agree with Zach. I like this name. Overnight is showing relative strength. Want this 5-minute bar here to, even if it could close similar like this, a bit of a 3-bar play. We have the strong trend bar up above the level. This can close as an inside bar. I would love to see a break above for more continuation, but a lot of room above on YM here. All the way up to 814 would be my next hourly pivot level.
Yeah, we have a lot of room.
Yeah, so stop below the lows on that. We'll see. Like to see this 5-minute close strong as an inside bar. But that's what I'm in.
It does look good. It does look very good.
Yeah, so Luke, I appreciate that. I heard Aaron talking about that, watching bank. That's something I haven't done before, so it's something I'm going to start doing. I'm going to pull it up now. I'm glad you said that. Not the 5-minute close we wanted. We got 1 minute to go on this 5-minute candle.
RTY is getting smoked.
Yeah, it's came out of the gate the hottest too. YM and RTY do that sometimes. They look good, they come out hot, and then just fade it hard. Cheat code. All right, so the fact that bank's selling off right now is not good for my my YM position. That's what you're telling me.
So this 5-minute definitely doesn't look ideal. I'm going to still give it the opportunity to reject, but above the opening print, I'm going to exit on CRWV. Nothing's like too bad about it, just a 15-minute kind of wide range bar, but the 5-minute does have characteristics of potentially bottoming. I'm not going to exit just because of that. I'm going to give it a little bit of wiggle room, but if it does get back above the opening print, I'm going to exit this for whatever the premium's worth, whether it's even 5% loss, 30% loss.
Frank, are you hating on bank? You don't like watching bank while trading the Dow? Right, I like the 5-minute close. We got the 5-minute inside bar. putting the trigger here. Oh, yeah, it doesn't help your trade. Okay. Oh, that's a 5-minute pattern I wanted to see. 5-minute 3-bar play just triggered for me. Let's see if we can get a little continuation or not.
For me, one thing I'm always watching is a lot of people use the opening range, 15-minute opening range theory. I'm a big believer in the 5-minute candle being the high or low of the day. And so if we could take out those 5-minute highs, 88s, I think Dow's off to the races.
Yeah, I like that.
And that's me from no position standpoint.
Yeah.
I'm very tempted to take it. However, I don't want to be trying to manage Dow and CoreWeave at the same time right now. If I exit CoreWeave, then maybe I'll take the Dow if it's still valid, but it does look good.
CoreWeave trying to give us a rejection here. Die, CoreWeave.
Yeah, that wide range 15-minute. I was hoping that that last 5-minute would push a little bit lower, but now it probably is going to need another 15-minute bar for a potential 15-minute 1, 2, 3. So, which is fine. Just have to be patient. As long as it's under the opening print, I'm okay. Above the opening print, then I'm out of here. Again, even if it's up, it was up like 20, 25%. I look for bigger trims, as I mentioned. So, sometimes obviously I lose out on some gains, but that's how I'm able to have larger winners. And truthfully, when I'm trading my post earnings trades, even if they're with slightly smaller size than a normal full size position, these are the trades that could be, in theory, like account changers. If you get a net 100% winner on 2 or 3 trades in a row on these post earning trades, your account's starting to cook.
I gotta make like a royalty free playlist. YM still looks solid. We're at 5. My eyes are terrible. 560s. So I'm up 30 points on my entry here. But the 5-minute bar battling. We'll see here. I want to see this 5-minute bar close with strength. I want us to see us break above the 589 high on the day to get going. I'd look to take a trim at that point.
I actually do have, my sister ironically sent me a link of like playlists that you don't get like dinged for on
oh really
and streams. Yeah, I just didn't know if we were playing music in the background, so I didn't send it. But
throw it to me in the control room here. Send me if you can send me the link in there.
All right, let's see.
And then that way I'll see if I can add it, and I should be able to control the audio and make sure we're not dealing with echo or anything.
See if I can get this sucker.
Sometimes little tunes get the vibe going a little bit.
This one actually was only for TikTok. Scratch that, not YouTube. And I know YouTube's more strict, so maybe we shouldn't give it a go.
That's all right. Yeah, we'll hold off for now. I'll look into some options. I'll look into some options moving forward.
False alarm.
I just went to 11 Labs and had AI made the song for the pre-show loop.
Nice.
NQ starting to break down a little bit here. See if it can take CRWV with it.
Ooh, gold with a nasty bar. Whoa.
The Dow 5 minutes
just dropped 15 points. That's a nasty one. Broke high of day. Damn.
That is a nasty 5-minute bar.
I do have the fire playlists, but I don't know if we could play those right now, unfortunately.
So I got the fire playlist.
It's actually funny because, even when I'm on my travel setup, I only have 2 computers, and usually one's for like Discord and one's like for whatever. I literally will play music out of my phone because I need music to trade.
Well, listen, we can't play the Fire playlist because we're trying to sell you some shit. All right, so go buy something. I'm just kidding. But wait, we will give you a swear jar for that. Let's go. That being said, I got my Stockdads merch. My merch box came in the mail. You guys peeped the Miami Vice Stockdads tee.
So I got the hat, the matching hat.
Hell yeah! Is that you? I thought that might be it. We're looking fresh, baby. You can get your Stockdads merch at stockdads.com, baby.
Oh yeah.
Looking fresh to death like Zach and
I. I got this hat for the first time, months ago, and then I went home to visit my family. My dad's like, Zach, you gotta give me one of those hats. I'm like, I only got one. I'm sorry. So I gave him a different one. But he's like, I like that one. I'm like, all right, you can borrow it.
That's funny. All right, nice looking 5-minute on CRWV. Not the reaction I want from YM here. See if it can hold the opening print or not.
So one thing I'll also say, which again we'll see what happens here. What I look for, as I said earlier, is I look for the hourly 8 to come into play because at some point it will be tagged. It's not a if, it's a when. We are pretty much right there on the hourly 8. However, ES is still far away. So it's now kind of something where do we hold up because of NQ or does ES bring us down? That's the question we don't really know. It's kind of like if you're in a spot to take a stance, this is where you're taking your stance. Obviously, for the sake of the bulls right now, we want NQ to hold that hourly. Just keep it up here just so we can launch it, actually. I don't need the other ticker. 15 minutes, still technically in an uptrend while the 5 minutes in a downtrend.
By the way, if you were on the stream yesterday, those QQQ calls I had stopped out right as we reversed and ripped for the rest of the day. Did me dirty yesterday.
Sounds about right.
It was that first stream luck.
Yeah.
Luckily, Lady Lev was out here sniping.
CoreWeave was approaching those lows back to like 15%, but again, for trades like this, I'm not interested necessarily in that. But as always, don't let my decisions dictate you. Just the other week, I was in a trade and it was looking great, good, looking to add, and we had an offering, right? So it's like you never know what's going to happen in the market.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. YM opening print is previous day's high. We're still battling right there. Wait, how did our swear jar reset? What?
I think it was at like 22.
Yeah, it's at 24. Yeah. Gotta run it up. Get it up to 24. Oh my god, that was it. We gotta reset it. We can't get away with that. We need to get it to 24, not 30. That was a $10 jump, and those are rare. Gotta save that, man.
I mean, we could just start dropping some bombs.
24. All right, we're back at 24. Let's go. Okay. I just want to show you guys I like this reaction from YM here. The level, so my levels I always mark in white lines are the hourly pivots, and then I mark the opening print with a yellow line. So obviously I wanted to see this 3-bar play out on this candle, but after we got to break higher, we ended up rejecting. The whole market saw a little bit of a move down there, but I like that 5-minute reaction off the opening print off the level. So see if this can hold here, but a break below this previous 5-minute bar probably gets me to just close this.
Or it could be setting up a 15-minute.
Oh yeah, you know what? I'm a little too focused on the stream. I haven't even peep the 15
Check
minute.
out a little 15-minute piece. If we get a nice little 5-minute close here.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, I like the way so the opening print, like I just said, is YM's high, yesterday's high, previous day high, is the opening print. So got a couple things working in our favor here. We got the hourly level, we got the opening print, we got previous day's high. Let's see if the bulls can stay strong here.
NQ is getting a small bounce here off the hourly 8. It's holding, but I mean, no real follow through yet.
And for my bank people, bank's seeing a nice bounce here.
Yeah. RTY. I don't really know the bank world. That's kind of a whole different world for me, but I do know there's correlation with the Russell, and Russell's also getting a bounce.
5 minute just triggered above previous bar's high. That's what we like to see. A pop into 47,600, and I'm going to take a nice piece off. That's like a 70 point move, which isn't crazy on the Dow, but a nice move. I'd be happy with it. And then definitely try to hold the remaining for this this bigger move up to the upper level.
Cons are sitting at like 4.3-ish for 4.4 for CRWV, so we're up, on them. But I'm just looking for that previous low crack. Again, as I mentioned from the first 15-minute bar, as long as we didn't break the opening print, it likely we'd be setting up another 15-minute setup. And then from there, the question is, does it set up or not? And so I'm giving it the opportunity to do so. Again, I've held this far. I want to wait for that previous low crack. At times I do, so in this case, as we're approaching those previous lows, the contracts are at 4.3-ish, 4.4 or so. I would consider taking a small trimp, but for now, no.
ES, NQ, everything pushing hard right now.
Yep. There's an hourly 8 bounce.
I would say on the CRWV trade, the fact that it's not getting, it's getting a little bounce, but compared to the indices here, I'd say that's a good thing if it can stay weak.
Yeah. It's definitely, these post-earning trades, I like them because they can kind of do their own thing. Like I joked with the Discord last week because I think I took like 7 trades and I think 6 of them were post-earning trades and I think all upside trades. And I didn't even realize that like the market got absolutely smoked last week because I was just so disconnected from the market itself.
Yeah, they have a mind of their own. Yeah,
exactly. And the market dropped like, I think 5% or something.
Yeah.
I was like, that might be the most low-key 5%.
Yeah, for sure.
But then, I looked at the charts afterwards. I looked at some individual names. Like, wow, a lot of names did get smoked. So it does make sense.
Target on 855. All right. Well, you're looking pretty good here. What's the pre-market? 66 is the overnight high on ES. I wouldn't roll that out. If I was in ES, that would be my target probably. Probably front run a little bit. YM at 47,580s here. Nice little pop, 584. I'm taking off half at 47,600. $857 is gap fill. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Wouldn't it be? I think I got 62.25. 68, 62.25 was yesterday's close, right? But yeah, right in that area, either way. It's a nice looking 5-minute bar on NQ. All right, Dow wants it, baby. Come on. Oh man, CRWV starting to melt while this is happening. Everything's looking pretty solid right now, boys. You never want to get comfortable while trading, but things are looking good.
I have a 15 minutes about to close here in 15 seconds as well. If we break the previous lows on that impulse, I'll look to take a trim for CRWV. Oh, nice. Dow broke the high of the day.
Yeah,
so
tagging high.
Now we can say no matter what, that 5-minute candle is no longer high of the day, which is good.
Missed the trim by 6 points here, so let's see if we can make another high. Being a dick for a tick over here. I'll put $1 in. Not the 5-minute I want to see. Come on. New high in the day for bank. That's a new correlation for me, but I'm watching it. Getting with the Stockdads crew on the bank.
All right, so we do have the 15-minute 1, 2, 3 in place for sure on CRWV. We should break these 92 fives or so. Break those 92 fives. The Dow could be setting up now a 5-minute inside bar for higher. Now that we broke that 5-minute,
that 15 closed really strong too.
Yeah, I'm very much contemplating taking an entry myself. It's obviously above your entry, but still looking good.
Yeah, well, we both agree it's got a lot of room.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. My main kind of issue is that first 5-minute bar being weak, but now that we took it out, you know, you could say, okay, let's wait for the hourly close, but then again, with 28 minutes,
yeah,
it may already be gone.
Remember, guys, we do have promo running over with Lucid on their 25K test accounts. Those are, I believe, 45% off, and then 50% off resets with code StockDads. 30% off every other account. And then code StockDads will also work My Fun and Futures Tradeify. It'll always get you the best discount available. So make sure you guys are taking advantage of that. We also got Aaron back for the nooner later today, and then we'll wrap it up today with the first ever trading the game show. We'll see how that goes. That's just going to be more of some fun entertainment style stuff. We'll see who can be the best scalper under some interesting circumstances.
It's times like this where I really am just fighting my urges to take trims, as you know, it's just literally teetering between like 15-20% profit on CRWV, just sitting there. And I'm just trying to remind myself, just stick to the plan, for good or for bad. That's all we can do. And Q rejecting that 5-minute 8 as well.
Five-minute inside bar on Lamb. I can't find the right temperature right now. I'm going from like sweating my ass off to cold every 2 minutes. Frank said his CRWV looks great. Only watching it on the hourly. Okay, all right. Peep at the hourly. The hourly sure looks good. Oh, I swear, Jared, it was $1. It's only $1. Oh, I turned the volume down a little bit when I was rapid fired on it. Let's test the volume. Oh, we had an. How's that? Did the cha-ching? Did it play?
Are there different values for different cusses?
I tell you what, if there was, Aaron using sus yesterday would have been a $20 bill. That's for sure. We Aaron doesn't seem to curse, but we pinged him for saying sus yesterday.
Okay.
But no, it's on a percentages. So $1 and $2 are the more likely percentage of them getting put in the swear jar, and then occasionally you may get a 5, 10, or 20. But that is a breakdown on why we didn't want to see, man.
That's not what you want to see.
6 points from the trim too. Still in
Thank
here,
you.
but
Bounce off the hourly. Check to
Yeah.
the 5-minute 8. Oof. So now I would have to say, I mean, again, anything can happen, but it's looking likely that this ES hourly will come into play, which would be here. Okay, we just broke the lows on CRWV.
Nice, baby.
Come on.
This push down should be good for that. Let's go. We need CRWV to die while YM holds the OP.
Hey, I've seen crazier.
That's right.
Datadog is ripping higher, actually, which is unusual. I almost added earlier, but I decided not to. I have an alert about yesterday high.
All right, YM flipped that red bar into a green hammer. Let's see. Let's see. Can it get the follow through now?
At this point, with a big rally, it would act as if ES hourly. For some, this may not make sense, but I'm a big believer and user of the EMAs, and EMAs get tagged in one of two ways: via time or via price. If we rally hard from here via the NQ, ES would look like later on we tag it via time. So that is possible. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but in that case, it should lead to market-wide continuation up, which for our YM friends would be great. All right, guys, I just got filled on my first trim there on CRWV at 4.7, so $100 a con.
Let's go, baby.
About 20, just shy of 30%, roughly.
Let's go. We're cooking, boys. We're cooking. Let's fucking go. $2 in the job. Just trying to get you. I'm trying to get you guys paid, chat. I'm trying to get y'all paid, chat. I'm a man of the people.
And as this is all happening, Datadog actually just broke the previous day high too. So for those in that swing, that was unexpected but nice. All right, so that's nice to see that somehow, some way, market's dipping, Datadog is ripping, core we've got to trim to the downside. So that is solid. And now at this point, I'm going to move my stop, like not actually move it on anywhere, but just like mentally. At this point, we should not get a 5-minute close above the 8 EMA. So if we ever do get that, then I'm going to exit. I took about a third of my position off there, and now I'm going to do my best to try to hold the remaining. I did just want to secure a decent chunk there, just because it was giving us some initial trouble at first.
I don't know, guys. I'm gonna have to reel it in. DJ's threatening me over here. That's right, DJ. Pipe down. Market giving us a pretty tight consolidation window for the first 45 minutes here. Haven't gone much of anywhere yet.
Guys, I'm also setting a trim on Datadog at 4.7 for those in the swing from yesterday. I'm going to type it now, but I want to add. However, if we keep ripping, I would just trim at that point. So I'm going to set that now. Should trigger if we just about break 202s on Datadog. Cons are at around 4. Actually, might even get it slightly earlier. They're at 4.4 right now, roughly, at 201 4s. Let's see.
All 4 indices sitting right around their opening prints.
Oof, nasty reject on the Russell. Was trying to hang on.
Yeah, that looks pretty ugly.
Yeah. Nasty reject on Datadog, previous day high as well. Nasdaq, I mean, also did drop about 35 points. If we take out these previous lows on the Nasdaq, I would say it's all but a lock to get to that ES hourly 8, which is around 28 or so. 28, 29.
Oh, the Russell and Bank look like the same chart, so I see that correlation.
Sitting at like just about. Shy of $5 a contract. I'm not in Frog. What's Frog up to? It's still an inside bar. If Frog can post at a daily inside bar like this, that would be great. Up towards that 68. I missed that entry yesterday. I did point it out. I just said I was gonna wait for the 15-minute close, and then what did I do? I waited, and then we rocketed.
We got Aaron coming up this afternoon again for the nooner. Probably just gonna send him on solo, so he doesn't mute me and kick me out of the stream again. we'll let him rock the nooner, and then this afternoon we got trading the game show. If you guys want to trade live daily, with yesterday we had Lady Lev and Amar. Today we got Zach. We're gonna continue to provide this value for you guys for free on the live stream, but you're only gonna get these guys 1, maybe 2 days a week. If you want to trade with them live every day, you could do so inside of the Stockdads Discord. I believe it's 30% off your first month with code Stockdads. Join the group, baby. Team Stockdads is where it's at. Best merch in the game too. All right, YM still trying to hold the opening print and level here, but we'll see. Are you open-minded to swinging some of your CRWV, or are you looking strictly for a day trade on this name?
I mean, I would, but I would say a more likely scenario is probably I either get stopped or it hits target. If we do get underneath like 85s, I was mentioning in the daily plan this morning, underneath 85s, we have a small pivot at 82, but that opens up the door to like 60s. So at that point, I would consider swinging maybe a different strike. Maybe
adding a different strike at the end of the day.
Exactly. Yeah. But I like to, my general idea always is take entry, take exit, reevaluate. I am trying to get better at holding some runners, but in a scenario like this, maybe I'll hold a runner or two. But I would look to get a whole new strike altogether, just so there's less premium at risk.
Yeah, I got you. Makes sense.
And new lows.
Yeah, new lows, yeah. Someone who likes to add to my winning trades when I'm in a groove on futures, because it just changes your average entry. You can sort of use a good entry as a bit of a risk buffer and increase your size. But if I ever do it on options, I do it kind of in a similar method where I'll take a little bit of a further out strike for cheaper contract and add into a winner that way.
See, I'm like the total opposite when I trade futures. It's almost as polar opposite as you can get.
Really?
I'm quite literally a scalper, and my belief is that, and again, it doesn't always work out this way, but as a trader, all you can do is set up a system that could be replicable every single day, right?
Yeah.
I have the belief that futures especially never typically moves in a straight line. So you can always typically get a re-entry. So I look to always exit on some type of impulse, look for a re-entry on a pullback rather than hold through the pullback, you know? And that's what also allows me, I call it like being right even if you're wrong. So like, for example, we did get a bounce. We did get a bounce off the hourly 8 EMA initially on the NASDAQ. We bounced from around 70s all the way back to above the opening print. So we got easily a 55 to 60 point bounce before making new lows. So in theory, we did get the bounce, but it also made new lows. So that's what I call, being right even when you're wrong.
Yeah.
And take multiple entries to kind of take advantage of that. So now at this point, I would say a 5-minute close above the 8 should still be in profit. At the very, very, very worst, probably break even. So pretty much locked in a green trade, I would say. Obviously, I'm hoping for more, but
you're in the 90 strikes, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, they were just hovering around like 5 to 5.1. So pretty solid from that 3.7 entry.
Yo, we got wrong trades in the house. Ron G, what up, baby? I don't know how it took me so long to realize that was you. I saw the eye emojis and I the names went right over the head. Give a hell yeah to Ron G, baby. That's a swear jar entry just for you, Ron.
Gold's getting smoked now too. It could potentially get down to that 4,100.
YM giving us a 5-minute hold here, trying to push. Come on, save your boy here. Let's go. Definitely feeling like a dick for missing the 6 points on the trim.
It's right. You won't when you get another 100+ point move up.
Come on, baby. She wants it. She doesn't want to break lower. You can tell. Let's go.
Listen, I think at this point, if it breaks lower, market's gonna get creamed. So as long as the market can just hold, relatively speaking, should be all right.
DJ, not only am I putting in a swear jar cash for me, I'm pinging you one for the damn it in the chat. And I also said it, so it's gotta be 2. We're at $36, baby. Let's go. Can't be swearing in my chat. Don't think I'm not gonna swear jar you. I don't know. NQ, ES are both giving me kind of slow melt vibes. I don't love it.
Yeah, we got 6-7 minutes here.
Oh, you just 6-7.
Oh my
god. One of my buddies was over the other day, and my daughter's 6, and we were playing darts. We just asked her if she knew what that was, joking around, and she immediately just went, "Yeah, 6-7." And I was like, "Oh my gosh, she's 6. How does she know this?"
And the worst part about all of this is that 67 is my lucky number, and it has been my lucky number forever. My personal Instagram is Zach Austin 67. So
that's hilarious.
Everybody just one day just randomly I got 6 DMs. I posted an Instagram story, and they're wait, do you know what your username is? I'm like, yes, I know what it is. It's crazy. But
oh, that's hilarious.
I'm regretting that choice. It was for the weirdest reason too. I think one of my first ever buses, when I went to camp, was bus 67. So I'm I like that. I made my lucky number.
I had a real stupid joke in my head about your favorite number being 67 because you're too short for 6'9".
Oh my god.
That's a dumb dad joke. The pun on the 2. All right, we're shutting up.
I'm very tempted for this Dow.
It's looking solid here. We need these 5.
Very tempted. I mean, I might full port it.
Yeah, not my best work. All right, let's go. YM. All right, let's go. New highs on YM. Forget what we're listening to, because that's the trim on YM. Let's go, baby.
There you go.
Let's go. LETSGO. save the bad joke with a winning trade. He needed one too. He needed one after 0 for 2 yesterday. Stop on the remaining is going to get a break even for me. Up about 90 points here. Listen, guys, I'm still relatively early in my dad career. I'm not an expert dad joke maker yet. I think about age 10 is when you really join the ranks of like your dad jokes need to be zinging, you know? Embarrassing everybody when you're out to dinner. The dad way. CRWV wants new lows. It wants new lows. Those babies want to go in the money.
Yes, please. I'll be looking for a new impulsive low to take a trim. It's probably around like 5.4 to 5.5 range. Around $90 should trigger that.
All right, baby. We got trades working in both directions. Things looking solid. Just had to be patient. I feel like Ron G could be in this YM trade with me right now. I wouldn't put it past him. Ripping CRM. All right. Ooh, she's ripping. That looks like that's a nice trade for you, buddy. There's 100 points on YM there. Holding the rest of this for a bigger move for sure, though. There we go, baby. There we go.
All right, good. Just got my trim filled there, guys. 5.5. Let's get it.
Nice,
Just
nice.
about 50% profit. Hard stop now at break even. Typing and speaking at the same time. I've gotten very good at it.
It's like playing the piano, man. It's a skill.
Exactly.
I tried how to learn. I say I tried. I did embarrass myself by doing this, but I tried to learn a song on the piano for my wedding to play for my wife. And let me tell you, playing an instrument and singing at the same time has got to be one of the most impressive skills of all time. Because I don't have it.
Oh,
in
yeah.
me. Not even
Especially
a lick. Would you say especially what?
Piano.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure.
I have a mic stand. Or, you mean, a little number.
I don't know why your mic picks up your everything on your mouse. Even like when you do like the little roller, it's like sensitive to the noise on your mouse.
Yeah, maybe because I just moved it closer to the mouse.
Yeah.
Probably why. Sorry about that.
Oh no, you're good. It's not too bad. You just kind of hear it.
Yeah, especially when I'm going crazy type mode
Yeah.
for the signals.
It's all good. I think it's like you can tell what it is. It's not like the echo.
Yeah.
It's just
Makes sense.
Sid does it during regular voice chat too. All YM looking real nice. Another nice. You kind of predicted the 15-minute setup. It wasn't quite a 15-minute inside bar. It did tick lower, but then ended up closing inside, triggering.
Well, it's even with CRWV, right? Like it. Again, obviously anything could have happened, but at this point, I've seen enough action where it's like, okay, like we didn't break down initially, so now as long as we stay valid and don't break, and we can kind of just review this in more detail here. So the initial breakdown should have happened. The fact that it didn't, I was like, okay, at this point, I'm going to allow it to rally back potentially to the opening print or near the opening print. As long as it holds underneath, I'm going to hold. And then what did it need to do? It needed to set up a 15-minute 1, 2, 3 because the initial breakdown wasn't good, right? So that then became valid here. As soon as we broke those lows, at that point, I was like, okay, trade's going to work in some capacity, right? At this point, with a 5-minute close above the 8, I'm going to exit, but this is already a W for me. Took off about a third at just under 30%, took off another chunk at just under 50%, and now we'd be stopping out the remaining, 35, 40% of the position in profits if that does happen or at target. So stoked with that.
Nice stuff, man. Nice stuff. Back-to-back winning days for the Stockdads crew on our first 2 episodes of Stockdads TV here. Use code Stockdads at all your favorite prop firms. You guys help support Stockdads TV when you do that. CRWV with the nice, ugly, open hourly close here. We just got the first hourly close in New York.
Other side of the keyboard. Done.
Let me get some mouse action now. Let me see if it worked. Oh, I don't hear your mouse at all now. I think that was it.
Well, I never really had like a scroller. This is the mouse.
Oh, okay.
It's probably a little here. Let me just.
Yeah, I could still hear that a little bit. Yeah.
Okay. I did just do that a little bit more obnoxiously than
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah. But no, I think moving your mic over there definitely helped.
All right, cool.
And Q making new lows, giving us the slow melt here. The other 3 indexes are making me want to just go flat here on YM. But I don't know, it's showing a little relative strength, but can it hold or are they going to
and if you look, it's not like an ideal 5-minute bar, but as long as it can kind of hold above these highs, in theory, you could just back test this.
Yeah,
So
come back to 580s
like this. Yeah, get the 5-minute 8 to catch up, maybe a 3-bar 5-minute pullback before higher could be valid there.
Yeah, we're gonna hold it for a little while here and see what she does.
Oh yeah. NQ is getting close to level while ES is getting close to the hourly 8.
What all EMAs do you use?
I use the 8 and the 20.
8 and 20.
Yep, that's all I use. I used to use the 8, 13, and 20, and I had like actually a system that I would use. Here, I'll just throw on my screen quick. So this is the 8, 13, and 20. Now I have like a custom script that like tells me when it flips, but you can see here the 8 is the green, the yellow is the 13, the red is the 20. And so I kind of tried to mimic a stop sign where it was like good, slow down, and stop.
Mm.
And that was kind of like my entry exit criteria.
Okay.
Where like as long as we were above the green, we were good. Yellow, like okay, cautious. Red, that was like the stop. But then I realized the 13 was a bit too much noise, and then I kind of developed what I now have with the 8 and the 20. So I don't need the 13 necessarily. I still am copy trading 20 Apex. I'm not necessarily posting about it because I wanted to kind of keep it a solo mission where my number one focus is just getting payouts. But I trade them on lives occasionally. We are getting down to that level though on the NASDAQ. About 20 points away, 25 points. NASDAQ's way weaker. ES hasn't even tagged the hourly 8. NASDAQ's approaching the hourly 20. What is weak today? Wow, Apple's really strong randomly.
Sorry, I was reading something there for a second.
It's weird that we have this much weakness. Well, maybe that's why the Dow is strong, maybe because of Apple. Let's see Microsoft.
Yeah, Apple is strong.
Microsoft
Semi-names.
just for Doge.
AMD's weak.
Yeah, Tesla's down a bit, but still an inside bar, nothing like too crazy. Oh, Nvidia, wow. Okay, Nvidia.
Yeah, Nvidia and AMD both weak.
Yeah, Nvidia gap down 199s, 195s now, 192s.
Yeah, TSM's down too. Semiconductors overall seem to be down.
Oh yeah, the semis are getting smoked. AVGO at the daily outside bar.
Do you guys see, speaking of Tesla being down 2%, do you guys see him tease the flying car thing on Joe Rogan? Apparently, the next Tesla reveal, they were planning to reveal some type of flying car prototype.
It's the last thing we need is Elon sending us in the sky.
Hey man, with the rocket ship company, you know, SpaceX. I couldn't think of it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's crazy till it isn't, right?
Yeah, I guess. Man, imagine flying cars. I remember watching like the Jetsons growing up. Imagine if flying cars became a reality.
The craziest thing is I went to Austin, Texas, earlier this year, and we call an Uber, and a Waymo comes with no driver.
Yeah, I've never done one.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm not getting in that thing. Like, you guys can go, but I'm not. And they said it was just like, I actually didn't get in. I was like, I'm not doing that.
Oh, really? You were like, I'm fighting the power.
No, I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. Yeah, I was like, this is crazy to me. And apparently they like just started rolling it out in Austin. So, you know, I'm sure it was fine, and it was fine. But literally maybe a week before that, I saw a video of like a Waymo getting stuck in a puddle and like couldn't get out. So I'm like, I'm not taking my chances. Like,
stuck in a puddle.
Yeah.
So I would imagine you're not one of the guys like anxious to get a like a cleaning robot made in your house anytime soon.
Oh no, those humanoid robots, those.
Yeah, you're not all about it. Your team Will Smith iRobot.
I mean, ChatGPT itself freaks me out. It's like every time I use it, I'm like, how does it do this? You know, so it's like, can't even imagine a human version.
I don't know, man. If these things start churning laundry out like it's nothing, like it can put away my laundry, I gotta be honest.
Yeah.
I think I'd do it. It's worth the risk. I hate laundry that much.
Yeah. All right, so CoreWeave just kind of flagging here. We're approaching that 5-minute 8, which will be the true test. 5-minute close above, I'm out. and then at that point can look for a 5-minute sell setup or a 15-minute sell setup to take a re-entry. But we actually haven't even tested the 5-minute 8. So again, this will be a good sign. It's either going to potentially reject hard for the next leg lower, or it'll just completely invalidate the trade or the remainder of the trade. So
YM trade still holding up. YM just consolidating around its highs, right around between 625, 650 here.
Let me check the good old watch list, see if anything, or see what is moving. Biggest losers on the biggest loser actually happens to be CRWV. Actually, a lot of names down like 6, 7, 8, 10%. Let's see, up, change percentage up. Rivian's actually been having a really good couple days. That's one of the targets. I posted a video about it. Once that monthly EMA flips to the upside, that thing's, I think, at least a double.
Looks like Rocket Lab was a good avoid. It's gone nowhere.
Yeah, so it actually did exactly kind of what I figured, where we kind of went lower, and now it looks like we're going higher.
Mm-hmm.
But if we do get a strong pop from here, it could potentially be a swing.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Nothing's up too much, honestly. BBAI had earnings, but it since has faded. It's still up a lot, but has faded from the open. Anything else? Nothing. Rivian's most notable, I'd say.
Yeah, it looks like Apple and CRM holding up the Dow.
Amgen actually looks pretty good on the daily. I haven't traded that one in a long time, but it does look good.
Did he hit us with another 6-7 and I missed it? Damn.
Did I?
I guess. I don't know. Somebody said it in the chat, so I'm thinking probably.
God, I think I'm cursed. What else do we have here? Let's see.
Zach's going to be on for about another 45 minutes here, right? 11:30, and we'll take a little break as we set Aaron up for the nooner.
I guess now's the time. If anybody does have any tickers they want me to check out, you can let me know in the chat. I can do a quick little review on them.
Little thoughts on session.
Yeah. You know, we had 3 names really that we were watching. SATS, which never ended up even getting the gap, faded. CRWV obviously took the entry. And then Nebus also did not get the gap, sadly, and then faded really hard. But, you know, if we have 3-4 names on our watch list, SPY. Well, you know, SPY is simple. I don't know what direction you're looking to do, but for me, I wouldn't. Well, actually, we did sweep the last hour lows, so it could be along here with an hourly 8 EMA through time. NQ would need to rally a bit more. I wouldn't short this though personally, unless we get an hourly close underneath 678's 5s. Jesus, I keep doing the 6.
The price is.
I mean,
the price.
SPY is 679. I can't help it. I mean, for puts. I mean, you know, everybody has different strategies, right? But for me, I wouldn't short this personally. We're holding on to the 15. If the 15-minute flips to the downside and or an hourly close under the 8, I could see shorts. For now, I would say it's just going to probably do what it's doing. You know, the first line of my daily plan was chop, right? I literally said I would bet money that, you know, more than not that we would just stay within yesterday range. And so far, that's really all we've done for the first hour and change. I actually was just looking at Reddit. I had an alert, and I just was actually looking at it again. This daily needs to flip. Whenever the daily does flip, it had the opportunity to do it here from earnings, and it failed. Now that we got that kind of shakeout out of the way, we got that monthly, you know, failure to go lower. Once this daily flips back to the upside, I had all these alerts here from last week looking for the flip. We never ended up getting it. So now once that daily does flip, definitely a good looking long. Weekly would be solid. So basically, if we can break above last week high, we would definitely flip, set up at weekly buy, monthly failure to go lower. Would look very, very nice. Hold on, let me just keep an eye on CRWV. Okay, so we're still right at the 8 EMA. So basically the next 2 5-minute candles, or you could just say the next 15-minute bar will probably dictate if we're going to stay into the trade or not. Again, we could probably hold it a little bit longer, being that VWAP's at 93, which would still be in profit. I just want to lock in as much as I can here. Yeah. Anyway, we got Oscar. This one also got smoked, and I'm pretty sure there was some type of news about something. This is a healthcare stock. I think they got hurt from that. So I've been saying the same analysis for Oscar for literally months now. I guess I don't have my levels here, but this thing has been range bound for over a year, right? I am more willing to long this thing above 24.25 because I think it's a high probability then to get back to these highs and beyond than play this range. Maybe there's trades to be had, sure. But the problem is most times in the market, what they'll do is they'll basically crush everybody in this range. So when the actual move happens, no one wants to participate. It was just like Baba. You know, we had a monster trade earlier in the year. Actually, we caught 2 different times in Baba. We caught down here, and then we caught the re-entry somewhere in here. And the problem is, especially with the first entry, people got so tired of Baba in this range that they didn't want to participate when it actually was ready. And I think the same thing can kind of apply here for Oscar, where, you know, by the time it's actually good, it's not good, at least by the retail eye. Qualcomm is a monthly inside bar. Daily's trying to hang on. Weekly inside bar. I mean, it's definitely not bad. It could, you know, rally back up to maybe like 180s. It probably shouldn't have faded this much from that news spike, so it may consolidate a bit more, but definitely not a bad looking one. What else? Intel. Weekly inside bar, monthly inside bar. This thing went on a crazy run because of the government news, so I wouldn't doubt if this thing goes sideways for much longer, right? A name like Intel going up, you know, whatever it did, almost 100%, or actually 100% in just a couple months, probably needs to have a longer period of consolidation. Oracle. Oof. Yeah, it's a tough look. Faded the entire gigantic earnings gap. Weekly's not looking great. Monthly's right at the 8. So if you're going to take a stab, it's probably right there, but definitely not a good looking chart. It shouldn't have faded that much. But if it's going to hold, it's probably going to hold right here. You get a failure to go lower on the weekly, back above like 248. So you can even do that. Wait for a failure to go lower at the end of the weekly and go from there. That is my rapid run through. CRWV rejecting that 5-minute 8. Again, that's pretty much line in the sand now. Above, we're out. Below, we stay in. Let's see, contracts currently at still around like 4.9. So a stop will probably be around like 4.5s. So not bad.
Are you still holding the remaining CRWV, or did you close the rest?
Yeah, I'm holding.
Okay, I thought
as long
so.
as we stay underneath the 5-minute 8, which we just tagged and rejected. So my only concern is that first hourly bar was pretty wide range, and it could spend the next 40 minutes going sideways, which would be not the best. But at this point, again, it's already a solid trade.
NQ looks like it's going to come down into its hourly pivot level from yesterday. Getting pretty close.
Good. Yeah.
483.
Yeah, if I was going to short something, it'd definitely be the NASDAQ. The Dow is the strongest. ES is kind of like second, but not great. And then Russell's shortly behind the NASDAQ for weakness. Gold, actually, damn, gold just missed my alert. I'll show you guys here. I was looking at that 4100 area, which is also the hourly 8 for a long. We basically just tagged it there. That 4103 is front running me at my alert, which is on my other screen by a little bit. But you can see from there, 15, almost a 15-point bounce, about 13, 14 points.
Since we got Ron G in the chat, one of these days I'd like to see Trading the Game Show episode of Zach versus Ron G. Get a little feisty in here, baby.
Take out my inner ape.
NQ selling off below its previous hourly low. Wow. ES is still trying to hold it, but looks like it's going to break down now.
I am considering a long. I'm going to wait for a second, but I'm watching this 2483 area because it looks like we could potentially simultaneously tag hourly 8 and NQ level, which would almost be at the NQ 20 hour, the hourly 20 EMA as well. So a lot of confluence for support. Not something I'm going to bid directly, but just a general area I'm watching. I don't really have a lot of expectation for today in general, so that's why I don't know.
I believe he uses EMAs. You use EMAs, not SMAs, right, Zach?
Yep. I use EMAs. And the difference for those that don't know is exponential moving average puts more weight to the front, meaning the most recent data. And the SMAs, it takes into consideration so if you're using the 8, right? The last 8 days or the last 8 hours, it takes into consideration all of those equally. And it's not too much of a difference, but for me, because of the way I trade, I care more about recent price rather than way past price. And it's not as important, with like a 5-minute chart or a 15, but once you start going to like the weekly or monthly, you could see some differences.
Liking the way YM's still holding up here. Probably take a little more off if we can get up to 47,700s. Just kind of use the even psychological levels here as we continue to move up towards the 800s.
You're gonna absolutely hate me, but I have a trim set above the previous high at 67.
Do you?
Not.
You're good. You're good, man. I'm
not as a meme. That's actually where my trim set.
That's hilarious. 6-7.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Because just figuring if we break the previous high, we probably get like a 10-point spike.
Yeah. As
we're doing
there's
that,
65
come on.
right there. Give me 6-7. Give me 6-7.
Let's go. We got it. I have it muted because that's the computer I'm using my YouTube stream on, but I would hate if that 6-7 is the pivot high. I'm praying we bust through it because that would just be
Dude, my TOS has 6. Oh, there it is. It just got 6-7. Is it 66? Is the high?
Oh, I don't know. I got filled at 67, so I will take that.
Man.
That was a good one. I was using the Apex, so I got 430 across 20 accounts.
I may even actually take a little trim here too.
When we have like rejection candles like that bar from, 10 minutes ago, I just take it off like a little bit off the next impulse up.
Yeah.
Just kind of similarly to what I did on Core Weave. It still looks good for like way higher.
Yeah, I agree.
But,
yeah.
When overall markets are shaky, I just if we had some NASDAQ strength, I mean, you can also make the case where Dow being so strong, if the NASDAQ does turn around, I mean, the sky's the limit in theory.
Yeah, ideally, we'd see NQ hold around this 483s and start to rally higher and help push YM even higher to the final target here. Rin asked about Netflix.
Let's see, I did analysis on this 2 days ago. It's probably the same. Yeah. So I said a lot of people ask about this because of the split. I'm not really interested in the split. I'm just, interested in the chart. And so for me, I'm either looking for lower like around $1,000, 980 for a dip buy, or if the daily flips back to the upside, which will probably happen above like 1150s. Everything in between, not interested. I'll just let it do its thing.
So Netflix announced a split, but they didn't split yet.
Correct. Yeah.
So
It says on my trading view it's going to happen in next week, but we'll see.
they doing like the 10x split, or how they doing it?
I think it was a weird number. It was either like an 8 or a 9 or a 7. I think might have been 9, which unfortunately would probably kill option trading on Netflix, just like how, at least in my opinion, it killed option trading on Amazon. Amazon used to, on a trending day where it moved 5%, you can, make easily 5-10x on a $2,000 contract. Now it's going to have smaller moves, smaller percentage moves.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
With where Netflix was priced in my account size, it works for me. But
yes, no, in that sense, for sure.
I guess that's why they do the split, right? For jabronis like me, they want my money.
Yeah. It's the same deal with Chipotle. Like, I used to love trading like post earnings trades on Chipotle, and then they split. And I mean, it's recently gotten crushed, so that doesn't help its cause. But I haven't traded it since the split. Maybe traded it once. I'm actually looking at the chart right now of Chipotle. It seems that the split was announced, or the split was taking place June 26, 2024. 4 days before that was the all-time high, and has remained the all-time high since then. So any little Jimmy who's interested in buying Chipotle at that price has gotten smoked, unfortunately. All right, CoreWeave, we're teetering on the stop here, so I'm looking to potentially exit the remaining. Cons are on like 4.7s. We can always re-enter on a 15-minute sell, right? Just because the targets are 87 doesn't mean it has to go in a straight line. But at the same time, if let's just say we now, which we could, but let's just say we do hold through a 15-minute pullback and the 15-minute pullback fails. Now we're giving back probably a little bit too much. I'd rather look for the re-entry rather than just hold through the whole thing. NQ did just about hit level.
It's missed it by,
looks like a couple points.
Yeah, 4 points.
Yeah. And ES just about got to the hourly 8.
I hate that. When it's like, just give it to me. Makes the decision making a lot easier.
Yes.
Pretty just a slow grind down to the lower level here for NQ. We're about an hour and a half into the day.
So obviously I'm hoping, and I may even take a re-entry for the Dow, but this is kind of my thought process with like futures trading in general. Is like we just spiked up to like 67, and now we're at like 30s or so on the Dow. So again, I'm not going to get crazy entering, exiting on every candle, but we can just see that, the ATR of each 5-minute bar, for example, is wide enough where in theory you could, take entry, take exit, look for re-entry. That's kind of my thought process always. If the 5-minute 20 can catch up to price, especially if we can catch up above like 47.590s, I think that would be a great entry. I wouldn't necessarily like it if we get that deep down there. I'm likely going to stop out of CoreWeave here as well. I can look for a re-entry if need be, but cons are around 4.5, 4.6. I'm just keeping the leash tight here. As I said, we can always look for a re-entry. All right. I took it off at 4.55, guys. The remaining at 4.55. So nice. Stop still in pretty solid profit, but don't want to get back too much.
Nice trade, dude. Nice trade.
Ooh, what?
Good stuff, baby.
Connor, I don't know if you're watching, but my bot's not working.
Oh, damn.
I just DM'd you if you're watching. Let me try one more time. CRWV. Okay, now it worked. Sorry, false alarm.
So what is your bot set up to trade?
Hold on one momento.
You're good.
All right, so still a good trade overall. Still probably like a net 35-40% winner, depending on how much you trimmed when. On CRWV. Again, we easily could continue to hold, but I'm just going to stick to the plan here. If a 15-minute sell setup occurs, I'll take that, look for re-entry down towards the 87s. Yeah, it's an alert bot, not an actual like signal bot. It just sends alerts, you know, the Discord entry, exit, etc. But it is good now. So again, if we can get a 15-minute sell setup here, we're basically now, you know, because in theory, even though this is the bottom of a trend, we did set up like a 15-minute buy in theory, and this could rally all the way back to like the hourly 8 or the 15-minute 8, and then, you know, the hourly 8's way higher. Or it could just be a 15-minute, you know, sell setup or an hourly 1, 2, 3 to the downside. All of those things are possible, but we also could rally, and I don't want to hold through the rally in case the rally ends up, you know, reversing the whole thing. So I'm happy with that regardless of the outcome here, and I have the alert set to take a potential re-entry where I would then look for a different strike. I'd probably look for like an 85 put for next week. But overall, definitely happy with that, especially first day on Stockdads TV.
Yeah, let's go. First day of many.
Yes.
Where your boy
Also
Zach
here-
will be crushing it.
Yes, you can see right here that hourly 8 did get tagged, as I mentioned, on ES. That's why for me, even if we fail from here, that's not a high probability short, in my opinion, to short the first tag, as well as now NQ trying to hold the hourly 20 as well as level. So it didn't quite get there, but it could be an hourly 20 through time, and then, you know, potentially more upside from there.
So Tyler asked, what's your opinion tomorrow and if the shutdown ends, rally event, or sell the news? Personally, I'm not a huge news trader. I think it could add some increased volatility, but Zach, feel free to answer that as you
Yeah.
will.
That's literally what I was going to say. I said, you know, typically for me, I don't try to make a stance for that stuff. I just say, okay, if we have some type of news or fundamental impact, that sure, it could add volatility. Yeah. But I don't try to make a stance because at the end of the day, we don't know, you know. If the charts tell me down, then we go down. If they tell me up, we go up. Or sometimes the charts lie, and then I get sad. I'm still going to hang on here to see if I take a re-entry in the Dow, but, you know, I may take, so of course we stopped out and then it did poke higher before reversing. So the 15-minute sell could be in place here on CoreWeave for a re-entry, which then in that case, I take the next week like 85s. Let me just see what those looking like right now. But besides CoreWeave, that's probably all I'm going to do the rest of the day. The 85s are around, or the 87.5s are.
got Aaron coming up next with he'll be doing a solo nooner. Just hopefully keep audio clean and everything. And then I will be back on in the afternoon. We're gonna have Lady Leverage and Fuzz will be on later this afternoon for Trading the Game show.
So of course we stop out on core even at dips. I have the alert set underneath that previous low for a reentry. But if we don't get a reentry, it's fine. You know, I always say we want to catch the bulk of the move. We don't need to catch all of it. So, you know, if our entry was roughly around like 95s. So if the entire move goes from 95 to 87s, and we can capture, you know, 95 to 89, we capture, you know, the vast majority of that move, and we'll be happy. So
yeah,
again,
just
for me, underneath 87s, re-entry hammer.
Just gave you that little spike above this 5-minute base it had set, and then right back down.
Yeah, it seemed like the right move as we had that 5-minute close above the 8, and then we broke above those 5-minute highs, and then nasty reversal. But just trading. I'm watching your Dow though for the re-entry.
Yeah, she's holding up. She's holding up well.
It feels like 47,800 is on the table today, as long as the market doesn't just disintegrate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You'd like to see NQ and ES start to get a little, yeah, not even necessarily a rally, but like maybe even a like if NQ could rally back up, opening print, nothing crazy, just give us a little strength.
Yeah. Because there's been quite literally zero of that said strength.
Yeah. It's like one strong 5-minute bar we got.
Yeah.
20 minutes into the day. If you guys don't already, make sure you're following both Stockdads and Stockdads TV on Instagram. Giving away $500 once the Stockdads TV account hits 1,000 followers. So shout it from the rooftops. Get your homies over there. Anybody trade their I don't know if everybody got their Lucid accounts yet, if they won the giveaway, but everybody who won your giveaways yesterday, hopefully you were able to get in contact with us and get your account set up. If not, we'll make sure you get taken care of. You're in the Discord, right, Frank? Okay, all right. The man Callan's on it. If Callan's on it, I got full faith. The guy just gets stuff done. That's what he does. I feel like Callan's one of those guys, one of those friends that you ever seen that movie? I think it's called The Town. When Ben Affleck walks in to he's like, "Hey, we're gonna go somewhere and gotta hurt some people, and you can never ask me why or ask me about it." But he's like,
"Yeah,
whose car are we taking?" I feel like that's Callan.
Yeah, listen up.
Callan's the homie. He gets it. He takes care of stuff, man. Yeah, we both took winning trades. We just entered them a while ago. I took a YM futures trade. Above 47,520 was the level I was watching. I got in at 47,530, and I'm down to some runners on YM. And Zach took a CRWV short. It was a post earnings short for him. He took the 90 strike. Those went, I think, about 50% into the money.
Yep.
he closed his remaining runners on CRWV. He's also watching YM, but it's currently making new highs on the day, so probably staying patient there for now, and I'm just managing my my runners on YM.
Yep. I don't regret it because it didn't hit level, but I was thinking about laddering into some longs on the NASDAQ around that 80-ish area, which is also the hourly 20. Kind of regret it, but it wasn't super clean, but
Yeah.
the ES hourly tag was. So I mean, honestly, the ES would have just been better. Just take that boom right at that 830.
Yeah. This bounce here is starting to look slightly like a bit of a, like that 5-minute trend line. If you're a trend line guy, the upper trend line on the 5-minute kind of trying to break here, but
yeah. And also just for the non-trend liners or the trend liners that also like the EMAs, you know, it kind of happens in tandem. That's why for me, I don't really use trend lines anymore, but like the EMAs tell the same thing. You know, in simplest form, if you have no idea how the EMAs work, right? They just kind of like a support resistance. We have not gotten a single 5-minute close above the 8 EMA, right? So again, you can kind of draw the same type of little trend line, right? So, you know, again, that's ballpark drawing. But if we get a 5-minute close above the 8, that also lines up for like a trend line break, and then typically that's when the process could, in theory, start.
Scott said he walked away from it and came back, and there's $8 more in the swear jar. We were getting wild over here, Scott. We were getting wild, and then we got DJ, you know, cursing in the chat, so we had to bill him for that, you know. Ain't nobody getting a free pass around here, Scott. YM hit 674.
It has a big resistance at 47,667, so we got to break it.
Zach's gonna be hopping off in about 15 minutes here, guys. Then we'll have a little break, snag a little lunch, and then we'll have Aaron on for the nooner. We're gonna have some giveaways this afternoon during the game show with Lady Leverage and Fuzz. Now, I haven't traded with Fuzz yet, but trading the game show is definitely, you know, it's gonna be some scalping skills. And based off of Lady Leverage performance yesterday on stream, I gotta give her the nod as the favorite. Vegas has got the odds on Lady Leverage. We'll see if Fuzz can come out on top, but should be interesting. So a question for you guys, chat. I think a lot of you guys are probably part of the Discord. If we were to, obviously we're having one or two traders, Stockdads traders from the Discord come on and trade live. You get that for free. Maybe depending on who you like to follow, but you're getting one of the Stockdads traders, at least one of the Stockdads traders, one day every week for free live on Stockdads TV. And obviously, if you would like to trade with them every day, you can do so inside of the Stockdads Discord. But if we were to include some of the Discord alerts on the stream, is that something that you guys would like? So, you know, like on the stream, we had a bot set up that when somebody gave in an alert inside the Discord, it popped up on the screen. I don't know if we're going to do it. Something we've talked about. That's it's going to be a call on DJ, but I don't know if we do all of them, but maybe you give a little taste of that every now and then just so you can see what it's like getting the alerts from multiple traders throughout the day, different styles. Is that something you guys would like, do you think?
Sounds like too much sauce, baby.
I know. It might be. It might be. We're on a 2-0 win streak right here, baby. I'm kind of liking the NQ rally back up into OP, maybe. We'll see, though.
As a GOAT Discord, I say no.
As a good Discord. All right, Frank has spoken. Sorry, guys. You got it. That's it. Use code StockDads, 30% off your first month. Join the Discord, and you can be a GOAT Discord member just like our boy Frank. He's getting all the sauce. Yes, hourly trying to put in a green bar here. 15 minutes left on that bar. Is that an emoji
Frank,
spot?
goat.
What is, oh, yeah, okay, I see it. The goat. It's a goat. That's a weird looking goat. Give him a free taste. Ooh, yeah, baller. He's made some sketchy money before. He knows what he's talking about. with a YouTube name like Baller, you know he's giving a little free taste out every now and then. I do like that, DJ. I think that is a good promo to gotta run. Maybe free week, you know. Maybe we should even do a free week giveaway to a couple of
I
viewers.
thought you were saying good promo was giveaway free crack. I was about to say, huh?
Sounds like free cat crack. Where? You ever see that Chappelle show? Oh, did you ever watch Chappelle show in general? Were you a fan of that show at all?
Not really, honestly.
How old are you,
I'm
by
not
the
a
way?
I'm not a huge show guy. I'm 28.
28. Okay, so you're decent.
I have a
bigger than-
very addictive personality, so if I watch a show,
Mm,
I like can't do anything else. Like I literally just like have to finish the show, and so
I
I like
relate to that hard.
limit my show consumption.
I relate to that hard for sure. I watched Breaking Bad for the third time recently, and like the third time I've seen it, I still was like addicted, like needed the next
Yeah.
episode.
I'll literally watch, like a 10 episode season in 48 hours. And I'm like, I don't know how I had
You
time to
quit
do that.
sleeping. It's just like your whole life falls
Yeah,
apart.
no, literally, I'll like walk to the gym, like have it on my phone, like I'll do cardio on my phone,
Yeah,
playing
yeah.
Xbox and watching at the same time. It's
Yep.
just bad.
That's funny.
Pronounce it for the third time. It's on the background. It's funny.
Love it. Oh, let's go YM, baby.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm taking off the remaining chunk here. I'm basically gonna hold like one contract to see just to see if she'll keep trucking for me, but two contracts actually. Since I'm in
Very
the
nice.
It's nice winner there. That's 170 points on YM today.
And there's NASDAQ rallying a bit as well.
Yeah. Man, I would have felt a little bit better than that if it just came those extra 4 points first. Yes, back to the opening print here. CRWV exit, still looking like it was the right decision here with this bounce.
NQ, look at that. Boom. Well, that's kind of an unfortunate when NQ closed over the 5 and at the 20, but nonetheless, we in theory have started the bottoming process. So, it might not be straight up, but at least we have life.
Next 10 minutes, if this hourly closes here, should make for an interesting afternoon if it closes strong. Aaron's going to give you all his thoughts here in about 40 minutes. So, by the way, is for anybody in the chat that knows, is Aaron a veteran? I thought I heard him say he went to a military college this morning. But I was like doing something else and I wasn't sure. So if anybody can confirm that, I want to make sure. We said it in the morning, but definitely happy Veterans Day to anybody watching. We got a ton of respect for you guys and gals that make those sacrifices for us so we can enjoy these freedoms of being degenerates and cursing on a YouTube live stream.
His son.
His son is okay.
Yeah.
I thought somebody mentioned it. Okay. Did you guys know he got drafted in the NHL? I'm a big hockey guy, so I had a quick discussion with him about that this morning. That guy's like a legend. He's like the most interesting man in the world.
Yeah.
I had a beer league hockey game last night, man.
There you go.
You a big sports guy, Zach? I think we might add in some sports gambling segments here.
Oh, that's up my alley. Yeah, I played baseball in college.
Okay, nice.
Yep, and I'm just a big sports fan in general, football, basketball, as you can maybe see from my things on the wall.
Yeah, I got you cropped. I can see a little bit.
Okay, yeah, I got like
I
a
can see the
sports
jersey.
banner of all the
Yeah,
New
yeah,
York
yeah. Oh
teams.
yeah, you know what? I think Cal did tell me. Aren't you a Yankees season ticket holder or Mets? I might have said something
Yankees,
bad there.
Yankees,
Okay,
Yankees, not Mets.
Okay,
No.
okay. I thought it was Yankees. Just making sure.
Yeah, big Yankees. Literally like my email growing up was like Yankee to be.
Yeah. I used to. That was me with the Penguins. I would get to middle school and or even high school probably. The first thing I'd always do PittsburghPenguins.com, check all the stats and stuff.
Yeah, no, I literally would just like in middle school I would like check baseball stats for fun.
Yeah, dude, I can relate. I can relate.
And now I just watch green and red candles up and down all day long.
Yeah, that's right. See what being a sports fan will do to you kids.
Literally.
YM trucking, baby.
I do say though that being an athlete and for me maybe a little bit biased, but baseball in particular, because as an athlete you have to be mentally strong, and in baseball you need to have a short memory. And I do kind of say that has one of the things that's helped me in my trading career, having that short memory and just being mentally tough.
I think that's super valid. Yeah, I've always thought that too. Like hockey's a very fast-paced sport with just a lot of kind of chaos, a lot of things going on at once, and just kind of being able to make decisions in kind of high stress environments. I think all that goes a long way.
No, it's actually funny you say that, because I also was like a big chess player growing up. I just played a lot of chess.
And got the nerd coming out now, people.
Yeah, literally. And one thing that I actually started doing in 2023 is that I just did it for fun, but then I would start playing 1-minute games of chess where you have to make moves in a second or two, and I thought it just helped my brain.
So an entire game in a minute, just you're going quick.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so sometimes I'm even pre-moving, I'm gonna move here and I know he might do something. I'm gonna pre-move the move, and it just got my brain sharp and thinking quick. So kind of the same idea of just having your mind move.
Yeah, thinking a couple steps ahead. That in and of itself is a skill for sure.
Yeah. I initially had the mindset of playing video games like Call of Duty before market open to kind of get my brain moving, looking different places, and I thought that would be helpful. But I'm like, I gotta step up a little bit. I gotta level up.
Yeah.
1-minute chess.
It's like your trade. Every other trade influencer is like, you gotta get up, move your body, you gotta walk, you gotta exercise. Zach's like, no, man, you wake up, you turn on that Xbox, and you get going, baby.
Turn it on. That's it. Start going to work.
That's funny. Well, hey, Cal and I talked about some gaming stuff too, some evening, maybe some nighttime gaming streams. Just hanging out with the Stockdads fam. He said you guys are big on the Battlefield.
Yeah, I just downloaded that. I'm down. That should be fun.
All right, guys. Well, we're going to get ready to wrap up this segment here. Just the last couple of minutes. Another good trading day out of the Stockdads team. Zach with some really nice shorts today. I was able to catch some nice YM longs on the future side of things. After a strong day yesterday from Lady Leverage and Amar, got started on the 1K to 10K challenge. I'm sure you guys, if you've seen that on social media, you heard us talk about it yesterday. So if you want to be with Amar for the entire 1K to 10K challenge, you got to join the Stockdads Discord for that. So make sure you check out that. The Stockdads Discord has a bunch of different options too, by the way, different packages. So check them out, see what's best for you. And the shirt, listen, the Stockdads merch, man. Oh, I got to take we got the back too. Look at this thing. This thing's sweet. Best merch in the game. I should have did an unboxing on stream today, but I don't know. Maybe we'll save it for later. I didn't even look at everything else that's in there. I'm excited. That's what I'm doing now. But as always, guys, use code Stockdads on all your favorite prop firms. My Funded Futures, Tradeify, Lucid, also TradeZella. I talked to DJ, see exactly how we're gonna do the TradeZella giveaways, but we're gonna give away a couple months of TradeZella here. So always use code Stockdads for all those awesome trading tools. And that's gonna be it for this session right now. We're gonna take about a 30-minute break, and then we'll be back with Aaron for the nooner, recapping how the morning went here. And so we'll see you guys all shortly. Don't go anywhere. Some giveaways coming this afternoon, so make sure you you stick around. Zach, thanks for hanging out with me and chopping it up. I think you might owe us a swear jar. You were teasing a swear jar yesterday. I mean, I'm not trying to make you do anything bad here, but
what gets the most points?
I see. I don't have control over that. It's randomized. So you can just go with your favorite. You can call it
all right.
Insult calendar.
All right, fuck it. I'll just drop one.
Oh, let's go. We got one, baby. All right, we made Zach contribute to the jar. Let's go.
There you go.
Let's go. All right, man. Thanks for hanging out, trading with us this morning. It was fun. Chat, thanks for interacting with us. Give me a 5. It was a 2-banger. We got 2. We're up to $40. That's not a bad start. We'll get that 100 out of them this week for sure. We're at a good pace here. All right, guys. Sounds good. We're gonna step away for just a little bit, and we'll be right back. Peace out, everybody. See you soon.
Have a good one.
Let me get back to you guys. What's up, everybody? Hello, Art. What's up? Bernice. How we doing? Remember, I can't see all you guys, so you'll have to say hi to me. All right. How we doing, everybody? How's the audio, guys? How's the audio? What's up, Rick? All right. What up, Cycle? How are you? Connor, hi to you. Mr. Callan. Nate, audio's great. Okay, good deal. All right. Omar, what up? Miss Bernice, Bunny Money, how are you? All right. Thanks. You like my Burger King headset? Looking good? All right. All right. We'll give everybody just a minute or so to get in. Hope everybody had a good morning. You guys get to look at my ear. How we doing? How's everybody's morning? Pretty good. Slow day after a big trend day yesterday. Miss Tomika, what's up? What's up? All right. Yeah, VIX is looking good. VIX is looking really solid. Really solid. So are the indices when I show you guys. All right. Let me try to make you guys bigger. Don't touch anything. I like it. All right. Don't. All right. I'm not touching anything. Okay. All right. You guys see my screen okay? Everything's good. I'm all geared up. Relaxing here. Okay. All right, everybody. Cool. Cool, cool. All right, who's number one? Callan is number 2. Who's got the crown? Cycle, you're still number 3. We don't have number 1. Oh, who is number 1? Frank is number 1. Gotcha. Hello. I'm going to mispronounce that name. I'm sorry. Balkrishna. All right, guys. Don't put that on me, Ricky Bobby. Okay, let's get started, guys. All right, so starting off in the VIX. Now, if you're new, remember this is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index. Okay, this is a different thing. This leads our U.S. indices, and if anything that I talk about is foreign to you guys, just keep with it. It'll start to make sense, and you'll start to see how our markets truly move here. This runs inverse, right? VIX down, indices up. VIX up, indices down. And one thing that I want to make sure to mention, the indices are going to move further, farther, faster than the VIX does. Okay, the VIX moves more percentage-wise, but distance, a couple ticks on the VIX is a lot more on the indices. Okay, so just remember that. All right, so here's where we are going into the week. This is really something. Okay, coming on, this is halfway back on the week, guys. All right, from our Sunday night reopen. Oh crap, I should ask. Has TradingView rolled yet? Can somebody tell me if TradingView's rolled yet? Because that's a big deal. Anybody? I know the chat's just delayed a couple seconds, guys. So I'll give you a second to answer. If somebody could tell me if TradingView has rolled yet on the VIX. Nope, not yet. Okay, good deal. All right, when it does, somebody let me know, like shoot me a DM or something. Nate usually does it, or Ivan. Okay. All right, so from our Sunday night open, right, to yesterday, this is all Eastern time, yesterday at 10:15 Eastern. Okay, there's our pullback, right? This was our indices pullback. All right. We haven't hit this target yet. We've still got this larger target below us at 1820, 1815, however you want to round that. But coming off of our yesterday 10 a.m. highs, okay, to our lows, we had this morning, and that's what we were watching, right? That's what we were watching right there. Okay, and it held. So this is our smaller worker bee move inside of the bigger move to get us down to these targets. All right. And if the VIX continues to fall, right, that's bullish for the indices. Now, remember, banks are closed today, guys, right? So we don't have the normal participation we have. And you see that on the indices, right? But this is really cool for a lot of us, right? This is not we're not really upset about this. All right, especially for longer term stuff. So when we zoom out, guys, all right, and we look, we ran into, let me make sure you guys can see, make sure you guys see this. Okay, I want to I'm looking because I don't want my big mug to get in the way here. I do have a big head, by the way. The doctors were concerned when my son was born, so they had to measure me and my wife's head. And they realized my son had a normal sized head, but they had to use a different chart. The chart for parents with extremely large heads. So I don't know what brought me to that, but that was fun. I had to go to the doctor to get my head measured. Anyway, what the hell was I talking about? All right, so our larger this larger move, right, from our highs back on October 17th to our lows on the 21st. Remember last week we had that big sell-off, right? Well, the VIX just squeezed into resistance. That target's way down here at 1525. And we're trending towards those 1525 targets. So if this continues, you know, indices, we're looking at new all-time highs on indices. Okay. So just trade the trend until the trend fails. Right? So here we are. Okay, going into the afternoon. All right, here's our resistance from yesterday, 11 a.m. to our lows right there. We tapped that this morning right at 8:15. All right, and there we go. Squeezed back. There's Wall Street being big babies, right? We were talking about that. They'll want their fill. There's Wall Street getting its fill right there. And now we're leading down into targets. All right, so if we continue with this VIX weakness, right, all throughout our week, then the indices they're in long setups. So right now the VIX is in shorts, indices are in longs. Okay. All right. Imagine being head measured if not for a bespoke hat. Very good. All right. TV folks will be on the Y. No, you guys are going to go eventually, and I'll walk you right through that like I do every rollover. I'll just walk you through how we're going to do that. Okay. But you guys will be, when it rolls, like, so let's take a look at this right now. Here's the Z contract. Here's the new contract. This is December. All right. This is December. Now, the only real big thing we're watching right here on the new contract is this old contract low. If you go back to the continuous contract, which we were just looking at, right? This is the low. Okay. And once a month, Tamika, what, seriously? See, I just, recent. You know exactly what I'm getting at. Okay. So, it couldn't be any more recent. Anyway, so there's we're actually using this low, these 1775s. Okay. And once a month, every month, and we saw it play out the past couple months like crazy. And we were really lucky right here, by the way. We were really lucky right here. But those old contract lows to new contract highs. Okay, look at our old contract lows. This is the current contract. Old contract lows when we rolled over, traded once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times. This was the 7th right here. Old contract lows, new contract high. This didn't break. Bang. Explosion or mini explosion. Right? Now we've broken that. Okay, on the continuous contract. We broke that. No big deal, right? Well, we got to pay attention to we got to know our surroundings, right? So 1775s, that's the old contract low. When we roll over, that's going to be the old contract low. Okay, so that's all I'm doing is cutting and pasting that price because we don't see the new contract yet on the continuous. Okay, so we take the 1775s and just draw it to that level on the new one so we can see where we are in relation to the new contract. So the only real thing we're watching here is that old contract lows to new contract highs. In a break, let me make sure I got it drawn right. Yeah, 1775 to our highs up here. A break, we're at 1910, so we don't need to round down. We just subtract a tick, which is a nickel, 1905. So if we break the 1905s and we trade 19, indices are in the clear, right? There's not much that could act as support on the VIX until we get back down to lows. So that's the only real thing we're watching on the rollover right now. Okay, so that's why I'm just using the continuous, because I don't need to see that. All right. So there we go. So that's what we're looking at. That looks beautiful. For us, the big deal about this, guys, is for us to immediately start holding halfway backs on the week from Sunday night, our first halfway back on the week holds, that's positive. That's very positive for the indices. So in order to break trend, think about this. In order to break trend, the VIX would have to trade 1916 round up to 20, 25. We'd have to break all the way up here for these 25s. Okay. And then that could start a trend change. But as of now, we're just going to trade this trend till it fails. Now, once we get down to these larger targets, right, we're going to have to pay attention, because we're either going to fall through them and go into extensions, or we're going to hit these larger targets and go into profit-taking mode on the VIX, which would still be in shorts, but that'd be a pullback on the indices, right? So we'll have to watch where these 1920, what have we traded? We traded 30. We've come 2 ticks away. So we're going to have to watch when we get down here. All right, we're going to have to watch when we get down here. Okay? But for now, right, pig with a pinwheel, right? Haven't said that in a while, Nate. So pig with a pinwheel on the way down here for the VIX. All right? So this is all bullish, right? We don't have a whole lot of participation today, but this is all bullish for the indices. Okay? All right, any questions on the VIX before we move forward? Thanks, Nate. Any questions on the VIX before we move forward? Did we add that to, oh, the I don't know, does that count as one of my goofy analogies that I use? All right. Okay, very good. Okay. All right, sounds good. All right, moving on. So our financials. Now look at bank. Bank doing bank stuff. We just got a divergence somehow. I don't know if you guys heard that ding. But yeah, we did. Or no, we just canceled our bullish divergence. So new high tick of the day right now. We're gonna fill that gap. Isn't that crazy? Awesome. We'll get to that in a second. So here's bank. Right now, we got to pay attention. This is just an index, right? Just an index. But when bank is rising, that puts a tailwind behind the indices. Okay, imagine the indices are up here, and when bank is rising, there's a fan blowing up on the indices. It makes it hard to go down, easier to go up. Okay, same thing when bank is falling, just the opposite. Big fan blowing down on the indices. Makes it harder to go up, easier to go down. So it's not tick for tick, right? It just creates the environment that the indices are trading in. So, from 9:30, we've been lifting off. Okay, we've had bank strength. All right. So if this bank strength continues, okay, the indices are going to continue to have a tailwind behind them. Now we are running back up into resistance up here. So we'll have to pay attention to that. But, as of right now, boom, boom. Remember, bank's an index. It's not traded. So we just use these draws as a guide. All right, there's our support. All right, so we'll see. Going in the afternoon, if we keep rising, if bank keeps rising, the indices are going to keep heading up. All right. Okay. So it looks good as of right now. Just pay attention. If we get to resistance and roll over, That just means the indices have lost that tailwind behind them. Okay. Okay. Now moving on, the ES. We're going to fill that gap. All right. This is very bullish. Okay. So this is going right along with the VIX. All right. There's our Sunday night open. Okay. From our Sunday night open, this was yesterday, we made our pullback and we broke. Doesn't matter, right? Because the VIX didn't break the shorts. Those are little tricks and traps of the ES, right? We went up to this target, but this little worker bee move on the VIX is what's holding us up, right? Right there. Okay, so those 11 a.m. Actually, it was 11:30 on the ES. 11:30 lows to highs, holding us up right there. And you can see those 11 a.m. highs to lows on the VIX right there. Okay, and then we ran into resistance, indices ran into support, and the indices are lifting off. The VIX keeps falling. Okay, so that's where the ES is. All right, it's in aggressive draws. These are aggressive longs, right? And we still have beneath us, we still have our halfway back on the week from Sunday night. All right, right there. So this is very bullish. This is very bullish, okay, for the indices. So this morning with the gap fill, right, we went up and filled the half and got slammed, right? That was obviously the profit taking spot, right back into support. And this was the reload into the gap fill. All right, so we opened within 20 points. Here's 20 points away from the gap fill, okay? And we opened within 20 points. All right, where's 930? There's 930 right there. We opened within 20 points. Well, what's that tell us? That tells us that we have a 70% chance of this gap filling, right? We filled the half, got slammed. There's our support. VIX hit resistance. There's the load back up into the fill. Okay, so we'll see as we fill this gap, if the VIX continues to fall, we'll go through it. Now we're going to see profit taking, right? Obviously, we're going to see profit taking at the fill. But what we have to watch out for is the VIX getting to this target, right? Because those big green candles are going to suck a lot of people in, right? Right as the VIX is getting to this target. Okay, so if we see profit taking coming off of here, right, there's going to be a lot of fuel from people chasing big green candles that could send the indices down and lift the VIX back off into its next resistance level. So we'll see when it gets down here. All right, but this is very bullish, guys. Okay, this is very bullish right here. I think did we just fill the gap? 57. What did we trade? 56.50. Yep, just filled the gap, 2 ticks away. So the gap is filled. All right, now we can watch our halfway back on the day. All right, we'll watch our halfway back on the day. Okay? See if we can get another long entry off of that. Just be aware of that VIX profit taking, right? All right, congrats if you got the fill. Nice work. Wasn't the easiest one, but congrats if you got the fill. All right, so we'll see where we go. We'll see where we go from here. Just beautiful, right? Just awesome. All right. Nice, nice. That a boy, Nate. All right, that a boy, Nate. Good job, guys. All right, so there's the fill. There's the profit taking. We know that's coming. And we'll see if we hold a pullback here. All right, now this was the high probability trade of the day. So with banks being closed, we'll see what kind of participation we have left going into the rest of the day. All right, pretty cool. Okay, so this larger move, we have 2 targets. Well, we have this target above us, 68.8450s. 68.8450s, that's coming off of this measured move. There's the profit target. Okay, I'm going to get rid of this for now. Did the VIX hit its target? We've come 1 tick away. There's 1825. So we've come 1 tick away from this profit target. Okay, so now that this is actually happening real time, this is what we're going to watch, guys. If this falls through, Okay. We're going to draw from this low. Okay. This 10 a.m. yesterday, lows to lows. All right. If it falls through that target. All right. So that's what we'll keep watching. If it doesn't fall through that target, we could have a squeeze on the VIX higher as we come out of profit taking here. Okay. So we'll see. I'm going to set an alert down here just to let me know if we dip through that. All right. There we go. Perfect. Okay. All right. I know for anybody that's new, all this might be confusing, but just like I said, just stick with it. Okay. It's really not that complicated once you get your arms around it, but just don't get frustrated, right? Because it does take some time for your brain to learn something new, right? Okay. So there's the ES. Gap has filled. All right. Here's the NASDAQ. Okay. It made its full pullback. All right, here's halfway back on the week, Sunday night. All right, there was our pullback yesterday. Bam, target, profit taking off the target. Same anchor, new high, halfway back on the week. Bam, right there. So we're lifting off. So we'll keep an eye on that ES gap fill, right? If we start selling off hard from that gap fill, it's going to pull back the NASDAQ as well. If the VIX goes through that profit target and goes into extension shorts, then these guys are going to rally. Okay. So we'll let the ES and the VIX be our guide here on the NASDAQ. All right. But it's behaving very, very well. Okay. YM and the Russells. All right. Now, did you guys see the YM today? Hang on. All right. Look at the YM. I don't know who ticked it off, but see this sucker, right? You can almost see a rotation into value, right? You can almost see a rotation into value. All right, so these are all-time highs, guys. This is the daily chart. These are all-time highs up here in the history of forever. All right, so pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right, so here's our series of measured moves. We obviously broke out of the shorts from highs. But look at this sucker. All right, here was our halfway back on the week. Right, or I'm sorry, these are actually a little bit different. Friday's lows, okay, to Monday's highs, there was our pullback. There's the target. Look at that sucker. Right, so we could actually have extension longs on the YM, all right, drawn from this high on 9:30 a.m. yesterday. All right, the 10th, yep. Okay, to highs, right? Now, keep an eye on bank. You know, as we know, YM and the Russells are the most sensitive to bank's movement. So if bank continues to rally, there's a huge tailwind, okay, behind the YM. And we're not far off all-time highs here, all right? But we'll watch for this extension long from yesterday, 9:30 a.m. to our highs. Okay, extremely bullish. Okay, the YM is extremely bullish. Okay, moving on to, so we can look for these pullbacks right here. All right, moving on to the Russells. Now the Russell's been struggling. Okay, oh my gosh, I just had it on there. No, don't do that. Oh my gosh, Tamika. Hang on. There we go. Okay, so the Russell's been struggling, right? It's got this much larger short setup, okay, above us. So the small caps are struggling. From October 26th to our lows down here on November 7th, right? That's that big short right there. That's that guy. Okay, and you can see we had a double top right at that short setup. Okay, so now what we're watching are these pullbacks to see if a trend is going to start off of these highs, right? And it's struggling, right? It is struggling. It's holding that first short setup right there. There was a series of longs. The longs broke, and this is the first short, okay, after that trend break. And you can see it held, right? So the Russells doesn't look super pretty right now. So if bank rolls over, right, the Russells are going to fall right out of their resistance, right? And they've got targets down here. So, you know, if you're looking to short a market, the Russell's is the weakest, right? Right now, the YM's the strongest. Russell's is the weakest. Okay. But we'll see if we can poke through this, right? If bank continues to rally and we can poke through that, then we'll have something to work off of on the long side. But we're just working off the short side right now. Okay. So that's where the Russell's is. It's in the short setup right now. All right. Just keep an eye on bank. All right. There's our, look at that profit taking. Right. Look at that profit taking off the fill. Okay. So now, so we've got our profit taking off the fill, right? And then one tick away from this profit target. So again, we're going to have to watch when we get down here. Okay. All right. So going into the afternoon, right now, it's sideways to down on the VIX. Bank continues to grind higher. Look at that. Bank is just continuing to grind higher. All right. So we filled our gap. We had our profit taking coming off of the fill. So if this keeps up, right, bank keeps grinding higher, VIX sideways to lower, indices will just keep grinding higher. And when bank starts doing this, if you guys that have been around, you understand, when bank starts doing this and it starts ripping like this, right, it's like Eddie's dog, right? Gets a hold of you, best to just let him finish, right? So you'll see if this thing continues to rip, there's going to be a big tailwind behind the indices. Not the time to try to pick a top. All right, if this continues to grind higher, not the time to try to pick a top on the indices because you're going against the trend. All right, so it looks good. Looks good. Now we're going to have pullbacks and all that fun stuff, but everything looks good right now for the indices. All right, so any questions, VIX bank indices before we move forward? Anything you might have missed, anything you want to see again? Hang on 1 second for me, guys. 1 second. Okay. All right, I'm back. Okay. All right. Anything, guys? Everybody good? I'll give the chat just a second here to, if anybody has any questions or anything. Okay, everybody good? All right, cool. All right, going on to Bitcoin, moving on. All right, just being the most technical market we've got, right? Just awesome. So we're in our winter time. We've got these larger short setups from October 6th down here to our lows on the 17th. There's our pullback. Here's our target for that. We haven't hit that profit target yet, 98.2. Here's our worker bee move inside of that larger move to get us there. And we traded within $10, which is like a tick on Bitcoin. Okay, right there. And we lit that fuse. All right, then those sell orders hit. All right. So all we're watching for here is this long to break. Okay, and there's going to be a reaction there. Of course, there's always going to be a reaction at halfway back. It's just how much is there going to be? Is it going to squeeze us back into highs, or are we going to break? If we break, we can draw another worker bee move from these highs to lows and look to sell into that pullback. If that long setup breaks, we can draw up another one and look to sell into that pullback. All right. But just being awesome, right? That's just geeks me out, right? When we get to, when stuff like this happens. All right. So there's Bitcoin. There's the futures market. All right. So let's switch over to spot here. Okay. A lot of money to be made in Bitcoin right now, guys. I'm telling you, on the way down, right? A lot of opportunity. Okay. All right, here we go. Switching screens. All right, perfect. There we go. Awesome. Okay. So Bitcoin spot. Doing the same thing, right? Just being super technical. There's our series right, on the way down. So we're bang on with the futures markets right now. Okay, targets are down here at 98,186. I think they're 98.2 on the futures. So we'll have to watch once we get to these targets, right? We fall through them, we're drawing up a lows to lows. If we see profit taking, then we could come halfway back again. All right. So we'll see when we get down there. All right, let's see where futures markets are here in relation to our long. Yeah, they're just sitting on top of it. All right. Looks good. Looks good. Okay. Nothing real different between the spot and futures right now. Okay, stocks. Stocks. What would you guys like to see? Going into our Tuesday afternoon. What we got here? Okay. Lift. All right. I don't know if we've looked at this one in a while. No, we haven't. Okay, let's resume here. Let's get back to what we're doing here. Okay. All right, so we've got this extension short from January of 2022. This is on the weekly chart to our lows in May of 22. And that's real close. We're real close to breaking that. Let me get out the magnet. Heads up, getting a magnet out. There we go. I mean, you could call that the first pullback right there. We go down to our lows. No, not quite. So we haven't quite broken this yet, but we're in a series of longs. Okay. We're in this series of longs. All right. So from our lows in April of this year, get rid of the magnet now. April of this year. All right, to our highs, there was our pullback, right? There's our target. We went to and through this target. Now, here's the deal. When we go to and through a target, we draw extension. Well, that extension broke, right? But it made a new high. After an extension breaks and it makes a new high, that reactivates this anchor, right? So that's what we're watching on the daily chart right there. Okay, that support level. All right. So that's on the daily. There's not going to be much structure to this run up here. All right, so that's how I would look. That's how I would look at that. All right, that's how I would look at that. All right. So depending on your time frame, right, if you're already long, you know, you could trail underneath this 61.8 of this extension. If you're not long yet, you know, it's not the best time to be getting long up here at highs unless you're looking for just a quick little move. Better to wait for this pullback. All right. Who asked for that? Okay. So hopefully that's good. All right. That's what I'm looking at there. All right. INTC. All right, let's look at that. Intel. Oh, broke that. Okay, well, that's an amateur gap. All right, let's revisit this. Let's zoom out here. Okay. All right, so there's still this larger short above us, but that's way up here, right? 47-ish. All right, so there's the weekly. Let's zoom in so we can see what's going on here. All right, so we broke the weekly. So there's your pullback number one, right there. And there's your extension right there. Extension number one, call that target hit. Extension number two. That's on the daily chart. So you can draw from this high on August 19th to our highs. So you can see it's still got a little bit of room. It's still got just a little bit of room to pull back if it's going to. We traded into this, almost into this 38.2. Now let's zoom in even more here. See what's actually going on. All right, there's your short from highs. So we haven't broken this yet. Now, normally what's going to happen here, right, is this is going to fall, okay? This is going to fall into support. Now, I don't have a crystal ball. This is just history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes, right? So we've got a profit target down here on the short, all right? And here's our support level. So if we do make this pullback, right, more than likely what's going to happen is you're going to fall through that. You're going to go into an extension short. That extension short's going to break at support, and then you're going to be able to buy a pullback and lift off. Okay, but on the intraday, you can see that the short held, if I draw this right, there we go. We traded right into that short setup. Okay, there was our first pullback, right into this short setup, sold off. Right, and you can see there's even smaller measured moves holding on the way down here, and you want those to break. There's number 1 to a target, right? You'd want these to break before you would do anything. Okay, so you're just kind of chopping around right now. All right, kind of no man's land right here. All right, who asked for that? Cycle. See how you're kind of just in no man's land right there? Right, you haven't broken the short, you haven't really traded support yet, so you're just kind of hanging out. Kind of hanging out. You got it. Apple. Yep. I haven't looked at this in a little bit. All right. Okay, so we're in this massive long. Right. That's a massive extension long from January of 2020 to our highs up here in December of 24 right there. That's our massive extension long. That is a profit target up at 303. Okay, and it's continued to trend off of that support. All right, on the higher time frames. So let's see here. Let's see where we are. Okay, so we just hit a profit target. All right, we're in these extension longs. This is on the daily chart from May 1st. Oops. Yeah, because remember we traded these once to a target, twice, target. Number 3 was front run to 38.2, and we just hit that target up here. So you can see what's going on right now, right? We hit this target and we went through it. Okay, so there's another extension long drawn from this high that's holding us up right there. That was an amateur gap. So we draw it to that high right there. So you can see that's what's holding us up, right? There's another extension long drawn from October 6th to this high on October 30th, not this high. This is an amateur gap. Amateur gap is where it gaps up and fills the same day. All right, and there's your long. So that's the long you're in right here. Target's up at 278. Get up there. Quit doing that. There we go. 277.58. Okay, so what you'll have to watch is when we get to this target, do we go through it and go into a new highs to highs, or do we see profit taking? If we get to this target and we see profit taking coming off of it, then you're just going to continue to trail from that anchor right there into the new high target, into the new, all the way up into these larger targets up here. But that looks really good. That's very bullish. All right, we're in extensions of extensions, and it's being super technical. All right, Omar. Okay, Tomika SMCI. Let's look. All right, get rid of that. Okay. All right. So you're still going sideways, right? You're back down at this support from these lows on November 11th. That's a year ago. Wow. 1 year ago today, November 11th to 24 to that high. So you're back at that support, but you've also got this resistance above you. So just depending on how you want to look at this and what kind of time frame you're looking, right? So we'll see here. Yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot of structure to this, but let's see. There's your pullback. There it is, busting through the profit target. This is absolutely typical. Lows to lows. There's your lows to lows. So that's what you would want to see break, Tamika. Right there. Yeah, year long range, exactly. So if you wanted a new entry, you'd want this extension short to break. But this is normally how it happens, right? We'll hold the traditional, we'll blow through the target, we'll go into extension, we'll trade support, extension will break, and then you can buy that pullback. All right, so that's what you're looking at, still sideways. All right, but you're right back down to support. All right, Ken E, what's up? Amazon, yep. All right. Look at that. Okay. See where we are here. Wow, so we hit that large. No, we haven't. Okay. Larger target. I was going to say, man, that's a heck of a move. All right, so we're in this massive long on Amazon, right? From our lows December 27th of 22 to our highs up here February of this year. Right there. There's your pullback. There's your target, 280.73. Look at these extensions holding, huh? All right. So from our highs on, what's that date? April 25th of this year to our highs July 24th of this year. There's your pullback. Never hit the target. Leave the draw right where it is. Traded it again. Now we've hit that target. Okay, so this is how this normally works, right? So we traded this extension. We hit the target. We're not falling through these previous highs. So what that tells us is more than likely, if we continue higher and these act as support, we're going to go into a new, we've got to make a new high up here, but we're going to go into a new long to long, highs to highs that we can buy into on pullbacks, right? Not there yet, but this is how that happens. We defend a previous high and we can't get through it, and then we go higher, and then we go into extension longs. Okay? So it looks really, really good, right? Looks really, really good. All right. Yep, not a whole lot in here right now. All right, not a whole lot in here. Kind of just choppy chopperton right there on top of that profit target. So we'll see. We'll see. Got it, Ken? Okay, any others, guys, before we move on here? Don't want to run out of time. Everybody good? All right. Moving on. Somehow. There we go. All right, moving on. I do like how this transfers screens like really easy. Okay. All right, moving on. Crude oil. We were waiting on these pullbacks, right? Okay. So crude oil's in this larger long setup from October 20th to our highs up here on October 24th. There's our pullback. We finally broke out of short setups, and we're waiting on this pullback. Oops. Right there. All right, let's see if we broke that short. Looks like we did. Yep, we pierced that short, the opposing move. Trade support, think of the rhyme. Trade support, break the short, draw the long. Okay, so that's what we're waiting on. That might be a juicy entry on crude oil here if it starts to trend. All right, definitely alert worthy. All right, so we'll see. This pullback right in here. Now, we know from past experience, crude oil loves to front run at these 38.2s on these trend breaks. All right, so we'll have to watch when we get down here. Okay, so there's crude oil. Gold and silver making their pullbacks. All right, here's gold. Now, the spooky thing about gold, well, let me show you. It's from this larger move is from April 22nd. All right. Hang on. Trying to move this over for you guys. There we go. All right, April 22nd, highs to highs. Okay, that's that pullback right there. That's that next extension long. Big targets above us at 46.07. But the kind of spooky thing is we got slammed at this halfway back short. Okay, so there's our support down here. Okay, there's a support down there. But that high, that halfway back from highs, from October 20th down here to our lows on October 28th, right there, bam, bam. See that? So we're going to have a battle over the trend here on gold. All right, so this pullback from those lows on the 28th to highs, that's what I'm waiting on. So I got hedged this morning, and we'll see if I can yank that hedge off when we get down here if we start to lift back off. Okay, that's why I've got an alert set there. Just let me know when it gets there. All right, so if you're intraday trading this, you know, we'll start to see if we get a trend. Remember, at these highs, a lot of times it's Fred Flintstone getting his car going. All right, we have to build up enough fuel to start the trend. All right, so we'll see if we've got enough fuel built up to start to trend out of these. All right, so there's gold, silver making a pullback as well. Now, the difference is silver broke the short from highs, the one that gold slammed into. But 9 times out of 10, gold leads. Okay, so we need gold to get with the program and break that short. Silver did. Okay, but if gold starts to fall, it just makes it harder. It's like a, you know, little dog following around a big dog, right? So like that cartoon. I don't know if you guys are probably too young to remember that cartoon where the little dog's jumping over the big dog. So there's silver's pullback if we make it, right? If we make it. So we'll see. But silver's already broken that short. It's in no man's land right now, right? The entries were down here, all right? And now we're looking to see if we can get a pullback that we can buy into this trend, okay? All right, so there's precious metals. Moving on to the dollar. Now, the dollar is at a really big inflection point here. Okay, so DXY, not the dollar, a bunch of different currencies shoved together makes up an index, is making a pullback. All right, and that pullback is from our lows on the 17th, October 17th, to our highs here on November 5th. That's that pullback there. We're not quite there yet, but the euro has traded its short setup. Remember, over 50% made up of the euro, and they run inverse. So the euro has traded the short, but DXY hasn't traded the long yet. So we'll see. This is all dollar weakness, right? Now, if we get down here to support and lift off, we go from dollar weakness back to dollar strength. That dollar strength would put a headwind against the precious metals, okay? So we'll see as we get down into this level, or if the euro just is going to roll over from where it is. And we'll show you that in a second. Okay, but this rising dollar strength, headwind against the precious metals, and to a certain extent, the indices, falling dollar weakness. All right, so when we get to the dollar yen, remember where the dollar yen was, right? It's in these massive longs from October 28th to October 30th right here. It's in these big longs, and it has these targets up above us, but we touch the top of the range. Right. So what does that mean? Well, it means we can fall all the way back down to the bottom of the range. All right. The middle holding is not the high probability. All right. So we'll see if it continues. If it does continue to hold, great. This is dollar strength leading us up into targets. But if we don't hold the middle of the range, then we're going to fall right back down to the bottom. Okay. And we'll just be in a range. We can watch this. I wouldn't trade it for a longer term trade, but we'll see. We'll see. The middle of the range eventually holds. We just don't know when that's going to be, right? Until then, rattlesnakes in the middle. All right. Now, onto the euro. So the euro is traded this short. All right. I got short the euro up here when we had a 1 hour bar close red. So from October 17th down here to our lows on November 5th, there's our pullback, right? So we've had a couple 1 hour bars close red. There's all that resistance right there. Okay, there's all that resistance, but we'll see. All right, we'll see if we continue higher. It'd have to get up and break these 162.90s. okay, to break that move. So we'll see if we roll over out of here. If we continue up, dollar weakness. If we roll over out of these, see what I mean? That the euro has traded the short, but DXY hasn't traded the long yet, right? So we'll see. But falling, dollar strength, rising, dollar weakness. All right, British pound was at its resistance, okay? From October 28th to our lows down here on November 4th. There's our pullback, but it didn't break the long setup. Okay, so we're kind of trapped. But it's coming right back up to resistance. You can see the first time we hit resistance, we got slammed, right? There's number 2, right? So we'll see. Now that we're back up here, we're going to push through this thing, right? And get more dollar weakness, or are we going to roll over out of it back into dollar strength? Jury's still out. We don't know yet. All right, we don't know yet. Okay, moving on here. VIX, you came 1 tick away from that profit target. All right, 1 tick away from that profit target. You can see we're getting a little pop off of there, but look at the indices. Right? Look at bank right here. Look at the indices. Right? So as long as we continue to get this financial strength, they're going to have a big tailwind behind these indices here. All right. Any questions, guys? Anything you might have missed? Anything you want to see again? I got to give a second because remember the chat's just has a few second delay. Anybody? Anybody? Everybody good? Okay. All right, cool. I'll post these draws as always here in a few. And if you got any questions, let me know. But you guys are the best. Thanks so much, guys. We'll talk to you again tomorrow morning. All right, Tyler, knock yourself out. All you.
Oh, we lost Fuzz. There he is. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the first ever segment of Trading the Game Show. We have my two lovely, I don't know if you want to call them volunteers or victims of this this idea of mine here to do this game show. I just gave them a little explanation about what we're going to be doing. They're going to be paper trading during this, we'll see how it goes. What it's going to be is like in a game show. They're both going to spin 3 wheels, and these wheels will dictate some things for them that they will have to trade with. It's going to tell them what ticker they have to trade. It's going to tell them what time frame that they have to trade on. And then we have a third wheel, which is our trivia category wheel. So they will have to answer questions from whatever trivia category that they get. Now, while these, I'm going to be asking the trivia questions as we go throughout. It's just, kind of a slow pace. We're going to let them look at the charts and do some trading, and then we'll hit them with the trivia questions as things go. So let me see here. Let me get my wheels set up here, and we can start the spin. A little trading the game show. So we're just paper. Oh, get a phone call. Excuse me, 1 second. It's still playing? Oh, I didn't notice. Okay.
Oh, there it is.
All right, can you guys hear me now?
Nope. It's back.
It's back.
Oh, I'm sorry. Apparently there was music playing over top. I don't know why that source was even in here. My mistake. I'm giving a big speech on trading the game show, and I screwed it up. But anyway, I apologize for that. Now that everybody can hear me. All right, we still good. Everything. Just double checking audio here. All right. Yeah. All right. So anyway, I just gave an explanation to Karen and Fuzz backstage about the game show. They're going to be paper trading on their Thinkorswim accounts. We're going to spin some of the game show wheels. It's going to tell them what ticker they're going to trade, what time frame they will be trading it on, and then the third wheel will select their trivia category, and they will have to answer questions from that trivia category. If they get a question wrong, they will then have to spin the wheel of randomness, which will make them perform some sort of random act to their trade. It could be doubling the position size. It could be reversing their position.
Okay.
We'll see. We'll see where it goes, and we're going to see at the end of this 25 minutes here who can pull some more profits out under these circumstances. Now, if you guys see in the chat, we added a poll to the chat. You guys can vote on who you think is going to win. Vegas has the odds on Lady Leverage after yesterday's New York session, as she was an absolute dominating factor. So we'll see. What we're going to do is here, the winning trader will win a Lucid account. And the chat, if you vote correctly, if you pick the winning trader, those who vote correctly, we're going to give away some TradeZella monthly packages to try out for you guys. So you guys can get involved. Make sure you guys vote. And right now we will we'll pull up the game show wheels and see what we end up with here. All right.
Big money, no whammies.
Hey, let's go.
All right, so we got our wheel up here. We'll go ladies first on
Okay, let's see.
on the spin. Let me just make sure I can interact with the wheel here. All right, so Karen, we're gonna pick your ticker first. And I told them this backstage. These are all just future stickers, but they can trade any derivative of this name. So like if they get ES, she can take trades on SPY or SPX, and anything like that. So just keep that in mind. And here we go for the spin. All right, ES it is. So
Sure.
Karen's got ES, and now here we go for Fuzz. Let's see what ticker Fuzz will be having to look at today. YM, oh boy, he's got to deal with YM's been up today. She's pumping, so let's see if he
Good old
can
Dow Jones.
find a little action in on the Dow. All right, so now we are going to switch tickers to time frame. Karen, let's see which small time frame you're going to have to trade ES on. All right, she's got the 2-minute chart. The 2-minute chart,
Perfect.
ladies and gentlemen. All right.
But I trade anyway.
All right, let's go. It's one of her time frames, so that's good.
That's not fair.
It's rigged.
It's
It's
rigged.
rigged.
I'm gonna change my vote real quick.
Oh, and Fuzz has got the 1 minute. All right, Fuzz
The
with the 1
one.
minute here.
What?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Uh,
sir. All right. Now we got to go to our trivia categories. These might be a little tricky to read here. But let's give it a spin here for Karen and see what trivia category she's gonna have to take on. Movies and TV shows. All right. Let's go. Fuzz is like she's getting everything that she wanted. This is too good. This is too good. All right. Now let's see what trivia category Fuzz is gonna end up with here. Football. Fuzz, are you a football guy? Okay. All right. Well, listen.
Depends.
So
We'll find out.
the wheel of randomness, it can change your trivia category. So we'll see how things go. We got movies and TV for Karen, and we got football for Fuzz. So I'm gonna get rid of the game show wheels for now, and we'll let you guys pull up your tickers. Like I said, you could do any derivative of ES or YM, the Dow. So you guys go ahead and start taking a look. I'll toggle back and forth between your screens here. If you guys do find a trade that you're going to take, feel free to let us know. In the meantime, I will start prepping some trivia questions for you guys.
Oh, look at Apple.
Apple's still going crazy.
Yeah, sure. Look at that.
So what are you guys looking at on your chosen tickers here? Any in a tough spot for both of you guys here, or what?
So for me,
You're pretty
I mean, the
straight
Dow's
up.
had a crazy.
Yeah, that's a
crazy
tough
run.
one. That's a tough one.
So it's hard to buy when it's so extended. Jump in front of the train. So I'm just looking to see if there's any kind of, since I'm trading on the 1 minute, looking for any kind of short-term,
Little short scalp, is that what we're looking for?
yeah, short-term counter trend move, some sort of pattern, but we could just be bull flagging again, just to rip back up some more.
Maybe Amazon puts. I'm gonna take SPY.
You're gonna do SPY. I could do the diamonds. Are you going with options or just shares?
Options. Yes. Well, I figure out how to use this option to act. There we go. Add to
So
traders.
for me, I think we could get a little more wiggle room on the Dow. So
Baller
like
wants
I'm
real money with the
479, 478 on the Dow looks pretty pretty good. I could try a short with stops above, but it just seems so daredevil-y. But it is a paper account, so I don't care.
Yeah, you got to risk it for the biscuit here.
Yeah, it's the game show. I gotta win somebody a Lucid account.
There we
Yeah,
go.
this is not financial advice.
Well, we're gonna dive into the trivia here. Karen, we'll stick with the trend of you up first, and your first trivia question, and these are multiple choice, is who lives in a pineapple under the sea?
Okay, SpongeBob.
Let's go. She didn't even need the multiple choice, people. She's watched her fair share of SpongeBob SquarePants. She avoids the wheel of randomness on question number 1.
Mine's gonna be like, who was the wide receiver for
Yeah.
the 49ers in 1994?
We're gonna keep. Hopefully you know this one. I don't know. We'll see. We kept them pretty easy. We see. They might get a little harder as we go. How many players? This is for you, Fuzz. How many players are on the football field for one team at a time? I got multiple choice if you need them.
Okay, go ahead.
Is it A9? Is it B10, C11, or D12?
I'll say 12.
Oh, that
Is it
is
11?
incorrect, Fuzz. That is incorrect. So it is over to the wheel of randomness for you, my friend.
Oh no.
Let's see what we're gonna get here. Let's see. Now I gotta find my wheel here. The wheel of randomness. What will she bring?
See, I didn't play football when I was little,
Listen, that's
so
tough. If you didn't play football, I can see that being tough, man.
I was basketball.
Yeah, multiple choice made it a little tricky on you. They were all tight there. All right, here we go. The wheel of randomness. We're giving her a spin. Let's see what she says. Oh, you got lucky. You're not in a trade right now, right? As far as I know, right? No trades taken.
No, not
All
yet.
right, so that was a move swap to break even, which you get to avoid. Lucky you. So we're good. He's safe on that one. We move on.
That.
You guys can continue to look at your charts while I prep your next trivia questions.
I'm going to enter a spy call.
Okay. All right. We have ladies chart up right now.
Let's see if it breaks out, or I'm going to get punched in the face here. Nice flag.
Yeah, that's what I'm it's bull flagging. Things are bull flagging just to move up more. But I have a level up here, so I don't. Yeah. Let me see.
It's got a little bit more room. 683.43.
See, DIA contracts are weekly.
Oh, for you. I've never really played that. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, well, no, I think it has room. 380. I mean, 380.480. 39. Those are some nice candles on the 30-minute. Pushing.
You entered on SPY.
I did. I entered. I think it entered me. I hope it did.
You took options?
Yes, I took options. I took the 683. It looks like
683s. Okay.
Is that me? Yes,
Let me pull up
117.
here. All right.
So it's up $55.
Oh, let's go. All right. All right. Well, while you're watching that, let me find a question for you.
Oh, it's going.
Name all the Brady Bunch.
All right, Karen. What character says the famous quote, "I am Groot"?
I am Groot.
And we don't even have multiple choice on this one
Oh my God.
because it would make it too easy. It would make it too easy. That's your hint.
Okay, wait,
That is your hint.
It's too easy. I am Groot. That I don't know. All I know is I'm up on these calls.
Well,
That's
the wheel of randomness. The wheel of randomness may be coming for you. We need an answer
Oh,
here. Give us
boy.
a guess.
I am
The question
Groot.
is, what character's name? What character has the famous quote, "I am Groot"?
What character? I don't know why I keep thinking of Chunk of this is so not it. But the
Chunk,
Goonies.
is that our final answer? Chunk?
Yes. Yeah.
That is incorrect.
So not it.
The answer we were looking for is Groot. And he is from Guardians of the
trick
Galaxy.
question.
Yeah, he's like a little tree person. And our multiple choice
Oh, that
there.
little guy from the
It had the
galaxy?
name being Groot, and I figured with the quote of "I am Groot," it would have been a little too
okay.
easy. So we had to eliminate the
Oh.
multiple choice there for you.
All right.
We'll have to get a little trickier here. So now you know what that means, Karen. Bum
What
bum
does that mean?
bum. The
But I'm up.
wheel of randomness.
Oh no! I hope it's a stand.
She's in. I know. Let's see. She's in spy. This could affect her spy position.
Yeah.
Move stop to break even. Move stop to break even. So
Oh, it's not
Okay.
bad.
it's not
Yeah.
bad.
No,
Are you
if I
up?
could-
You're up a little in this trade right now.
I'm up $285 here.
All right. So you must move stop to break even. So you at least
Okay.
have secured your 200.
I can figure out
Or
how to do that.
you've secured that you won't take a loss on this trade. All right.
Right. If I can figure out how to do it, sure. Okay.
Is there exit at market button? If you
Let's
see it come
see,
back to your
randomness,
price, you gotta
no.
hit it. If so, those are the rolls. Those
Stop. All
are
right.
the rolls.
Stop at break even, you said, or no?
Yeah,
Just
stop's gotta be break even. Yeah, so this could be the wheel of randomness could have helped you from a defensive
Okay.
standpoint here.
Let's see. What was the level that I got in? Let's see.
All right, now we
I
gotta.
got in at 46. Yeah, no, 39. Okay. Sell.
Fuzz, I'm searching for your next trivia question here. See what's gonna be a good one. Oh man. All right, Fuzz, we got one for you.
I'm short micro Dow.
Oh, he's short. Let's pull up the Fuzz
Oh.
chart here.
Wait, well, I need to do more than one.
Let's go. One micro Dow. Just one micro Dow future. Oh, you're going conservative here. Is that what you said?
No, I need to do more because that's not gonna do
Yeah.
much.
Size that bad boy up. Let's go. We gotta
I'm more.
take Karen down here. All right. Are you ready for your trivia question while you're trying to size up your Dow short? Our question for you is, what yard line is the 2-point conversion snapped from? Is it A, the 2-yard line, B, the 3-yard line, C, the 5-yard line, or is it D, the 10-yard line? Are you familiar with what a 2-point conversion is, Fuzz?
Yeah. It's when you get a touchdown, obviously.
Well, no, it's not. So
And then you can go for
Okay.
a 1 point or you can go for 2 points.
correct. You are correct. Yes. 1 point is with the field goal. 2 is like you got to score another touchdown, but it's from a
I want to say
close.
it's the 5,
It's the 5.
but
Is that
it
your
could be from the 2.
I'm gonna need a final answer here, Fuzz.
I'm gonna say 5. Final.
Ooh, shoulda went with the
Went
2.
two.
Correct answer is the 2-yard line. Where are we at in the Dow before we spin the wheel of randomness? Where are we at with the Dow? How many Dow are we short? I think we might have lost audio for a second.
I'm short 6.
Short 6?
'Cause
Okay.
I went 1 and then I did 5.
All right, so we got
open PNL 53.
okay. It
68
looks to
now.
be working in your favor here. Let's see what the wheel of randomness has to say about that. Fuzz just wants a new trivia category. He's like, New trivia. New trivia.
Get me off of football.
All right, well, let's see what it gives up. Let's give it a spin. Here we
That's
go.
twice. The first time I was like 12 or 11.
Double your
I did
position
12.
size, Mr. Fuzz. We're going to need you to up it to
God.
12. 12 micro down short, please, sir. We're going to need that ASAP.
So I need to go 6, 7, 7. All right, we've doubled down.
Mm.
All right, listen, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to end the poll right now, mostly because I think it's blocking the active chat and I can't see what you guys are seeing. So get your votes in if you haven't now. Oh, I didn't see this. Lady Leverage has got a 62% of the votes going to Lady Leverage. You got, come on,
Yeah.
Fuzz, you're playing for reputation here, buddy. 62% of the people think you're going to lose. Come on, let's see.
Oh no.
All
Oh,
right.
Fuzz. I believe.
I'll show you.
Callan's giving out spy contract charts over here. I don't know if you could have the chat open or not, Karen, but he's suggesting spy trades to you.
Okay. Let's see the chat, but let's go.
I'm gonna here before we move on, I'll share the YouTube link with you guys if you want to see the chat, so you can.
Sure.
And then
Sure.
just make sure you have YouTube muted. I'm going to send it to you guys in the control room chat.
Oh, here we are. Okay.
Okay,
can
unless
see
you
your-
got it. That's cool.
That way you can see your calls. Okay. All right.
Lady Leverage, are you still in your spy position? Have you gotten stopped out at break even? Where are we at?
I have not. Almost.
Okay.
Almost.
All right.
Yeah.
I end this.
Almost
poll
there.
here.
Could have got out before. I wish you told me to get out at that moment, but
All right, close pool.
oh well.
All right, cool. Now I got everything. Fuzz is used to trading responsibly. He can't YOLO a paper trading account. He's taking one micro down future. I
One
love-
micro down. No, I was like,
Oh.
no, I don't want one. That's what, $1 a move or something like that.
All right, Miss Leverage. Let's see.
Yes.
Let's see. We got another TV or movies question for you.
Okay.
All right. In The Office, what is the name of the paper company where everyone works? Is it-
Oh my God! You know I didn't watch that show.
Wow. Wow, Fuzz. Some
okay.
luck starting to come your
Yeah.
way here. All right, we do have multiple choice for
Okay.
you here. We do have
All
multiple
right.
choice.
Okay.
Is it A, Dunder Mifflin? Is it B, Wernham Hog? Is it C, Scranton Paper? Or is it D, Prestige Worldwide?
I just,
I smell the wheel of randomness in our future.
yeah. I guess I don't know. I'll go with Scranton just because.
Scranton, wow. So here's what I'll say to you as someone that did watch The Office. It does
Votes
take
and
place in the city of Scranton, but
Oh,
the
okay.
answer is A, Dunder Mifflin. So I'm
Oh,
sorry, that will
okay.
be the wheel of randomness. Kara, before
Okay.
we move on, Connor told you to check your DM. I would
Yes,
assume in
I've stopped
Discord.
out now. Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. I don't know. I don't know if he had something that's is pressing or if he's just being silly.
Yes, he says,
What's
showed
to speak to the
praise
video?
on-
But Karen, you know what time it is? I think you do. It is the
I put the randomness.
the wheel randomness.
Oh my God! Do you realize what just happened? It stopped me out, only to go starting to go back up. my
Oh
goodness.
no! Maybe the wheel of randomness did hurt you.
Okay.
Okay, let's see what it can do
Yes.
for you now. Let's see.
Okay.
You have 10 seconds to enter a new trade in the direction of your choice. So you got 10 seconds,
10
Karen. You got to get
seconds.
back in one,
Golly.
long or short. We got the 10-second counter
Um,
going.
All right. Yeah, I'll go up again.
She's
Let's
back in
go.
the longs.
I'm gonna go.
Back in the
Yeah,
longs, ladies and gentlemen.
let's
Ladies and gentlemen.
I'm
Alrighty.
going in.
I like it. She's back in the
Yeah.
longs.
There you
Callan
go.
loves this wheel. I love it. Oh, the wheel of randomness. All right. So
I have to
back in.
stop out on mine.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't like that candle.
Uh-oh. Well, Fuzz, I got more bad news for you, buddy. Another
more
football
football
question
questions.
coming your way, my friend.
More football.
Another football question coming your way. Let's see what we got here. Let's see. I'm going to try to help you out on this one, buddy. Let's see. All right. I think you got this one. What NFL team's logo is a star? Is it A, the Patriots, B, the Cowboys, C, the Bills, or D, the Giants?
The worst team in NFL would be the Dallas Cowboys.
Congratulations! Ding, 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 ding! Yes, Fuzz, you are correct. You, sir, have just avoided the wheel of randomness. But I do see that stop getting a little closer here. It looks like the Dow has no chill. It's just gonna go straight.
Yeah,
to
I'm
the-
getting.
You gotta scalp them
here.
shorts on this move here, buddy. Come on now, Fuzzy. Oh, wow.
Flatten
Wow.
and
This is riveting stuff.
see what
here.
else.
I think it's gonna be
we can
who
go
ends
to.
up. I mean, if you end up green after this, we'll be impressed either way.
Me too. A 1 minute Dow chart is wild.
What time frame do you like to trade on, Fuzz?
15 and 5.
15 and 5. Okay. Scott, I think Ask the Audience is in play. I originally thought maybe we'd put it in as like a lifeline. Maybe down the line we'll put it in as a lifeline, and we'll put a poll up for them if they want to turn. You know what I think we do? We add it as a lifeline right now. Let's do it, okay? If you guys don't know the answer to a trivia question, we will put a poll to the chat, and we'll let them. You get one use of Ask the Chat. All right. So put that in your back pocket, ladies and gentlemen. We just make our rules up as we go here on Trading the Game Show. All right, Miss Leverage, are you ready for your next question?
Yes.
Okay, all right. In The Lion King, who voices the character Mufasa? Is it A, James Earl Jones? Is it B, Morgan Freeman? Is it C, Samuel L. Jackson? Or is it D, Idris Elba? Idris Elba. Butchering
Here's
that.
the first one.
First one is James Earl Jones. Earl.
I believe so. Earl.
Final answer? A, James Earl
Yes.
Jones. Ding, 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 ding.
Yes.
You are correct.
Yay.
Miss Leverage,
Okay.
you, ma'am, have avoided the wheel of randomness. Well, the wheel was getting hot. But our contestants here have locked in on the trivia side of things.
Right down.
Oh, can Fuzz find himself with a Dow Jones double top? A 1 minute double top? Can it save him?
That's what I'm like hoping here. It's either a lower high or a double top. That's my only saving grace, I think.
I think somebody. Did I hear somebody getting filled over there on something?
Oh no, it was my alert on Apple. 'Cause
Okay,
I wanted to get
Apple
an
alert,
Apple
Apple alert.
earlier, and
Lady
it's at
Leverage,
the
are
top
you for real trading while trading in Trading the Game Show?
yes.
Oh wow, this is just
My OCD could
unbelievable
never.
stuff. All right, Lady Shark coming up. Sorry, got a little distracted here. So you're still in the spy longs here as well?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it because
Alright.
it hasn't broken the 23, so
I like it.
I'm
Well,
still in it.
in that case, it sounds like Mr. Fuzz. Another football question for you, good sir. Here we go. Let's see what we can find here. Oh, let's see. Well, it's kind of tough. Do I want to be nice to my man Fuzz here? Okay, all right. Here we go, Fuzz. I think you got this one, Fuzz. What penalty is called when a defensive player jumps early? Is it A, false start, B, offsides, C, delay of game, or D, encroachment?
When the defense jumps off,
Yep, defense jumps off.
offsides.
Ding, 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 ding. That is correct, Fuzz. You once again have avoided the wheel of randomness.
Yeah, I know a little bit.
Congratulations. And the Dow position looks like it's heading back down towards those 1 minute lows. Oh,
Yeah, I'm trying to see if we get I would like to see a move to retest one of these 15-minute fair value gaps. If not, if the double top or lower high is not confirmed, then it is what it is. So that's the plan, at least.
All right, I like it. The plan for me is no longer looking for any easy ones because I'm looking for some more wheel of randomness is what I'm looking for here, ladies and gentlemen. And with that being said, Miss Leverage, back to you. Let's see what we got. Thank you. Okay, Miss Leverage, in the movie Up, what does the old man use to lift his house? Are you familiar with this movie?
Balloons.
Yes,
Yeah,
ding, 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 ding,
balloons.
ding. Miss Leverage, you are
It's
correct.
The saddest movie ever.
That is one of the saddest movies.
So
That
sad.
is one of the saddest movies. That being said, Fuzz, have you seen the shorts that they have made sense, which is just the old man living with the annoying talking dog? They're classics. They're great.
Oh,
Yeah.
he ends up with the dog.
Hang on, I want to
I have to
shed
cut
here.
mine. Yeah.
Oh, all right. So we have Fuzz and Miss Leverage making some.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Let's see if it holds a 21 here, because if it doesn't, then
You looking for trims here, Fuzz? Or are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Edit. There we go. Want to buy.
what's my down? I'm down 185. Okay.
Confirm. Send. Okay,
Let's
we're
see.
out. We got 5 cons left on the
Okay.
mini
Wow.
micro dowel.
I think the wheel of randomness doubling your position size helped you there. Karen, are you are you flat on the SPY? Or are you still holding?
No, I'm holding a little bit. I want to see, although this is starting to look, NQ is starting to look like it's about to drop, but bank is holding.
Interesting. Yeah. NQ. Okay.
Yeah, I may have
So
to
you-
switch sides here. Yeah, I
So,
may.
okay.
I'm gonna-
All right.
If I can figure out how to do this, but if it was real time, I would, have to get out. Well, I'll have to figure out how to use this. But if real time on my phone, I would be adding puts here.
All right. So while
Okay.
while
There we
Miss
go.
Leverage is
There we go. I'm gonna enter puts and
okay,
I'll figure
so
out
she's
the
gonna
other
she's
side.
slipping to the puts. I like it. And who remind me whose turn is it to answer a trivia question here? I believe it is Fuzz, right?
Yes, I just answered.
Yes.
We answered balloons. That's what I thought as well.
Mhm.
That's what I thought as well. All right, Mr. Fuzz.
I'm going to buy a few more just to be safe.
Oh, okay. He's adding back. You're adding back into the YM.
No, I'm closing more.
Closing more. Okay. All right. He's trying to avoid the wheel of randomness. He's not feeling great about the trivia portion.
Well,
here.
we're at a spot here though.
Okay. All right. All right. The question is, Fuzz, who holds the record for the most career rushing yards? Is it A, Emmitt Smith, B, Walter Payton, C, Barry Sanders, or D, is it Adrian Peterson?
I'm gonna go Smith.
So your answer is A, Emmitt Smith?
Yes.
That sounds like a guess, Fuzz. Are you guessing here?
Well, it's either Smith or it's who's the second one? Who's the-
Walter Payton.
No, it's not Peyton. I don't think.
All right. So Emmitt Smith is the answer?
Yeah, I think I'm going.
You are correct. Ding, 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 ding. That's right. That threw you off there, Fuzz. I almost made you second guess it, but you were correct, my friend. Good guess.
All right, I'm stopped on Dow.
He's stopped
So I
on
have to
Dow.
look for a
Okay,
new-
all right.
New position here.
So we got
Well, I'm still waiting for the order to be filled. But
so we got Fuzz here. He's got stops. Looks like he's gonna get stopped on the Dow here. And then we have
there it goes.
Lady Leverage, who is now short the SPY. That's correct, right?
Yes, correct.
All right. Ecam Scataboo. Scataboo's down out for the year, buddy. Isn't he out for the year? All right. Well, back to Karen for the trivia here. Let's find a good one here. All right, Karen. Which actor played the original Spider-Man in the year 2002? Was it A, Andrew Garfield, B, Tobey Maguire, C, Tom Holland, or D, Jake Gyllenhaal?
I thought it was Toby.
Tobey
that not
Maguire.
right?
That
Toby.
Toby is B.
Yes.
So B, Tobey Maguire. Is that our final
I
answer?
don't know. I mean, I'm not a big. I know I like Spider-Man, but I don't remember what years. But I remember him being in the movies.
Okay, so we're going with Toby.
We'll go with him.
All right, ding, ding, ding,
Sure.
ding, ding. You are correct, Miss
Yay,
Leverage.
Toby.
I will say that the pull percentage here, you're getting a little bit more love, Fuzz. It's down to 57%, Lady Leverage on our pool.
Coming for you.
Okay.
All right, all right. Things have tightened up here.
Send this here. I'm answering questions also if anybody has questions. So
Yeah. Feel free to add your questions. What time are we? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize we ran over time here.
No, it's fine.
How about this? We'll go. We gotta give Fuzz one more question here. See if we can see the wheel of randomness one more time. That's gonna even us out on trivia questions. So if you want any last minute trades here, this went by quicker than I expected. We might have to ink in an hour for the game show here next time.
That's kind of quick.
But so one last trivia question for Fuzz. We'll see what the wheel of randomness brings us. That may just end the game there, and then we'll have to tally up our totals here and see who came out on top in the first ever episode of Trading the Game Show. All right, last trivia question, Mr. Fuzz. How many teams are there in the NFL? Is it A, 28, B, 30, C, 32, or is it D, 34?
32.
Final answer, 32?
Final answer.
Ding, ding, ding. That is correct, Mr. Fuzz. And wow, I got to hand it to you. Both of you guys came in swinging in the second half of the trivia portion of the show. We had some issues early on where we got to experience the wheel of randomness, but you gotta hand it to you here. Now, are both of you in trades right now, or are you both flat?
I'm closing mine now. Okay, I'm out.
All right, Miss Leverage. I think we put you flat here as well. And
yeah, I mean, I'm still in it, but it's fine.
Well, unless you guys want to keep going, we can keep going, but we can wrap it up.
Oh no, we're fine. I want to make real money.
Yeah. She's like, I'm over this. I'm over this shit. All right, there's a swear jar for us.
Oh, swear jar.
Let's go. All right. So anyway, go ahead, exit your positions. Once you guys are flat here, I want you to go ahead. We can take a look at our profits and see who ended up only $1 on the swear jar there. That's right. And see who ended up with a win. First ever win of Trading the Game Show will be the winner of a Lucid Prop account.
255. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, that put didn't work out well, and the other one stopped me out. So, yeah, unfortunately, I think this can still stop, but since we have to end it here, yeah, I can see this dropping a little bit more, but it's fine.
I do like that, Jeff. For future episodes of the game show, I think we got to add. Yeah, maybe we'll make some tiered difficulty questions, and at the end, for any correctly answered questions, that'll add a dollar amount to your P&L at the end of the game. I like that. I think that's how we move forward.
Yes.
There we go. Get a little more
interesting.
Yeah. I like that. We'll give the layer the difficulty of the questions, and I think that'll be a good way to do it. But so what did you end up with? Did you say break even, or did you say down a little bit? What's our P&Ls here, ladies and gentlemen?
I'm down 255.
Down 250. All right, Reds. Fuzz, did we end up green with the Dow short?
Yes, positive 268.
Oh,
nice.
Congratulations, Mr.
Nice.
Fuzz, on being the first ever winning contestant in the history of Trading the Game Show. Congratulations, my friend. We will hook you up with
Where's my plaque?
a Lucid account. Congratulations to you. And for those of you that voted for Fuzz in the poll, here, we are going to look at those names, and we will randomly select a winner for TradeZilla, free month of TradeZilla. So one of you guys will win that. Let me just see what Cycle Trader said here. Correct answer is get an add or sell one contract of their choice. Yeah, we could do that too. But the only reason I don't think we go that route is I think they have full control over that either way. So I think setting dollar amounts for the questions themselves. So like say Lady Leverage destroyed Fuzz in the trivia portion today. Had those questions had a dollar value, maybe she's able to come back and sneak the win out just on a trivia basis. But it's all a fun experiment, and we are happy that you guys are here along for the ride. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I had fun. I thought that was fun and entertaining.
It was fun.
Yeah,
Nice little way to blow off a little steam, have some fun with trading, which can be a stressful endeavor at times. All right, guys. Well, thank you. Thank you two for hopping on. Let me just make sure my solo view is good to go, and we can let you guys hop off, and I'll just get our winner picked for the TradeZilla account. Just give me 1 second here. How was your trading day for the both of you? Get your pancake money in? Karen?
This morning was
Good.
I did it. I had the morning off, so I made money real quick. But I'm gonna trade the afternoon with the group, so we'll see what we can do.
Awesome. Sounds good. Well, I think it's good. I have my solo chart set up for me to pick the TradeZilla winner. Thank you guys for participating in my my fun little experiment, and you guys enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks,
You
man.
too. Thank you.
Thanks,
y'all.
guys.
Good time.
Have a good one. Bye bye.
Take care. Bye.
All right, guys. Can you still hear me all right on the stream? Let's hang out a little bit here longer while we just got to take a look at the pool results here, and we'll get a winner chosen. Let me just double check how many we're giving away. So what do you guys think? Did you guys enjoy that? Was that like a fun thing, or was that dumb? Give me your feedback. All right, let me just double check here. How many accounts were jump to present? Just a reminder, guys. Code Stockdads with My Funded Futures, with Lucid, with Tradeify, even TradeZilla. It'll always get you the best discount. Just try to double check how many accounts we're giving away here. Nice break in the day. Yeah, I thought it was fun. And actually, here, I'm gonna show. We're gonna highlight. If you're not familiar with TradeZilla, I'm gonna show you guys here real quick. This is a trade review from Callan earlier today. He just sent me the link for. Tyler's chart is what I'm looking for. Properties. I'm going to show you guys TradeZilla. So if you haven't seen TradeZilla before, check this out. All right, so this is just a snapshot of a trade review that Callan sent me, just so you guys can see what it's like inside of TradeZilla. You can see it gives you all the stats here, shows you your entry, your exit. You can even go back and replay these. You can create your own playbooks for your types of trades. So this was his 5-minute wedge trade setup from his playbook. I'll give you all the stats, and so if you haven't seen TradeZilla before, there's just a quick little snapshot look at it. But a great tool if you're trying to improve your trading. I think every trader agrees that journaling is a must. So for those of you that win this, check it out. I think it is a great feature for you to add to your arsenal. Now, let's go to really quickly look and see who voted for Fuzz. Lady said she's going to trade the afternoon in the group, so she's going to be in Discord. My guess would be shortly. She maybe is going to take a quick break after hopping off stream, but I think she should be hopping in the Discord here pretty soon would be my guess. She didn't say exactly what time. So if you're not part of the Discord and you want to trade with Lady Leverage and the other Stockdads traders every day, you can do so by joining the Stockdads Discord. Let me see poll results. She'll be back next Monday on Stockdads TV. Yeah. So she does every day but Thursday in the Discord. I know I'm supposed to be able to see this. We'll be back on tomorrow at 8:15 a.m. Let me double check the schedule so I can let you guys know who's going to be on tomorrow. Stockdads live 2:45 Eastern today in the Discord. Yeah, there's a link in chat if anybody wants to check it out. Lady Leverage live 2:45 Eastern in the Stockdads Discord. And let's see what's Wednesday looking like. All right, so we're gonna have Amar back on during New York tomorrow, 9:30 to 11:30. So we will continue on with the 1K to 10K challenge with Amar. Of course, we'll have Aaron on giving us his morning breakdown, and then Nooner as well. And then tomorrow afternoon, we have Ticker Tinder. I believe that's with Duke. So should be another fun day tomorrow for Stockdads TV. And I'm trying to find the results of the poll here. I thought it would tell me the names, but I don't know if that's a feature I can actually do. We may have to come up with another way to give away the TradeZilla month. But I'll look into this a little bit more. We'll get these giveaways a little bit more locked down for tomorrow for sure. So, but thank you guys for hanging out with us today. It was a great trading day. YM for me was awesome. If I could go back and do anything on that trade, I just wouldn't have scaled out as fast. But that made the move that we were looking for and then some. And Zach had the nice 50% short today on CRWV post earnings put that he took. So we had some great live trading. We had Aaron breaking down the markets as he always does so well. And then we had some fun with the Trading the Game show. So hopefully you guys enjoyed today's stream. We got the swear jar up to $41. So, a few more days here. Somebody might be winning $100, and you got to be live on Stockdads TV in order to be eligible for that $100 pot. So make sure you guys keep tuning in, and we'll see you guys again tomorrow morning. Peace out, everybody. Love you guys. Stockdads merch. Woo!